Hello, my pack members. HACKERSAURUS here, and today I am not only joined by my wonderful friend Meerkat. Say hello.
Hello.
I am also going to be reading live what could have been one of the Jurassic Park 4 scripts. Written by John Sayles, it got leaked on the internet, and I know this one is kind of wild. There's some wild stuff in there, but you know what? Could be fun. Who knows?
Can't be any worse than Dominion or Rebirth.
Oi, I like Rebirth.
Okay, we will agree to disagree on that because, okay, it's not that I didn't find Rebirth. There were parts of it I liked.
Yeah, there are parts of it. I think it's the same for me. There's parts that I liked, certain I did not.
There were a couple of parts that I was like, did this really have to? I mean, they have one of the best Velociraptor designs in the entire series. And you see them for what, 2 seconds, maybe three?
And not just that in the shadows, blurry.
Yeah, yeah, in the shadows, blurry AF, and then they get snubbed by those god awful mutadons or whatever the hell they're called.
Yeah. Speaking of that, we were supposed to read the Jurassic World Rebirth scripts because I have heard some things about that script that like were not in the movie and apparently was better. Like that whole scene with the Mutadons, that was different.
I would have just
It
liked it if the mutadons hadn't been there, but that's just me.
um they one was, but there was no sliming of the Velociraptors, and it was the piss joke the whole time.
Getting relegated to a really bad pee joke was just that just frosted my cookies, all of the cookies.
It defrosted, you mean?
No, no, it pissed me off. But you know. But yeah, it that mm,
Oh, speaking of which,
the
I have some ambiance, but like I forgot to check how. Okay, how do I capture that audio on stream?
I don't know, and honestly, if it's something that could possibly be copyright struck, I would just leave it out for right now.
Honestly, I'm gonna play it for us because I am
There
streaming
you go.
this on
Yeah,
Discord, but you won't be hearing it. You will only be hearing our voices because we're gonna go.
that'll work.
Yeah, we're gonna do turns.
Okay.
Now,
I
this script is about. Hold on, let me check. 117 pages, which means about 117 minutes because it's about a minute per page or
something like
something.
that.
So it wouldn't have been that long of a movie, actually.
Hopefully, it would have been well if you pull out the action scenes and
I'm talking
how
about
with
Jurassic
no
Park 4,
dollar.
not Rebirth.
Well, yeah, but if you pad out the action scenes and look at the scenes that are just like dialogue and people screaming, as long as there's not as much screaming as there was in Jurassic Park 3.
I mean, I don't know, I haven't read it.
Well,
But I
then
do
let's
know a few
get.
things about it I've heard.
Well, I haven't heard anything because I will
Oh, you
admit
don't
my
know, do you?
I don't know. No, I don't know.
Okay, okay. So, I will be starting,
Okay.
and, yeah. Also, the Rebirth is about 140 pages. So that one's was a little bit longer. Now, Jungle Ambiance.
Ah,
Let me know if you hear it.
I can hear it.
Alright. Actually, let me make that, like, just a little bit
That
quiet
works. Yep.
so I can focus on. Okay. Exterior, Little League Field, aerial shot, day. Yeah, day.
Mm-hmm.
We drift over a scene of Saturday afternoon Americana, a little league baseball game, and a cookout in a town field of peaceful suburban community. Ground level picnic area, a dad in grease spattered apron grease spattered apron flips steaks, burgers, and dogs on the grill with a handled fork. Okay, so we start kind of not how we expect a Jurassic Park movie to start.
Oh no, no, no. I expect things to go horribly, horribly wrong.
Yeah, but it's not okay. It's not a saying I would expect. Like,
Mm-hmm.
um, when you watch something like The Lost World, usually it always starts in some sort of jungle setting, except for Dominion
Well,
and
yeah, like I said,
Rebirth to an extent. Oh fuck, there's ads. Never mind. No jungle.
no joke. It's fine. Like I said, it's fine. Um, but yeah, it still is giving that. Actually, it's giving the vibes from Lost World, the opening scene to Lost World,
Kind of, yeah.
with with that rich ass family on the beach
Yeah, but
and
first
the
I'm
little
gonna go grab
girl.
some water because knowing me, I'm gonna run out of spit.
Okay. Your mouth is going to get very dry. Understandable. Go do that. I will keep people entertained while you're gone.
It's gonna take like 1 minute. I'm right next to the fridge.
And then I have to cough. Great. So yeah, it's giving off. This is gonna go horribly. It's either
Water
gonna go
acquired.
water required. It's either gonna go
Pardon.
horribly wrong.
Repeat that. What?
Yeah, I said it's gonna. I think it's either gonna go horribly, horribly wrong, or they're pulling in this movie's oh my gosh moment really soon.
No idea. Okay. Parking lot yappy dog. Okay. A little
Mm-hmm.
yappy dog scoots around, barking with apoplectic fury. I've never heard that word before. At the end of its
Apoplectic.
leash.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Secured to
Basically, think hyperactive little dog just barking at the end of its leash, going me 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 at something.
Yeah, secured to gardening stake whacked into the ground at the edge of a parking lot. Bleachers. Parents cheer for their children on. Joshua's mother, come on, Joshua, rip the cover off the ball. Timmy's father, buckle down, fellas, on your toes out there. Trying a southern accent, but it's not working. Joshua's mother sits with little Rebecca, no more than 2 or 3 years old, standing on the bleacher seats beside her, and her bespectacled son, Benjamin.
Bespeckled. Uh, yeah, bespeckled. Like polka dots.
Okay. Immersed Benjamin immersed in a Harry Potter book on the other side. Okay, so Harry Potter came out by the time this was written. I think.
Mm-hmm.
Hold on, let me go back at the top page. I think this was.
Nope,
I
it
think
doesn't
this
say
was
what
written
year.
around 2004. I might be wrong. It's not
So it
written.
was one of the. Well, it's supposed to be a book, not necessarily a movie. So it could have been the latest Harry Potter book to 2004.
I'm saying when the script was written.
Ah, yeah, I know.
I know it was
Just
the
like.
early 2000s or something.
Mm-hmm. Wait,
Harry
isn't
Potter book on the other side. Behind her is a video enthusiastic parent recording everything with a high-end video camera. Joshua's mother, come on, honey, lay into it. Nudging Benjamin. Benjamin, stop reading your brothers up. I'm aware of that, mother. Also, why did he say mother?
Because Benjamin has probably got some sort of stick somewhere, and he's very. I'm aware of that, mother. Think of that type of tone.
Okay, so he's basically Malfoy.
Mm,
We pan to the field just as Joshua swings and hits a grounder between first and second. Joshua's going to run, run, run! Right field, the ball continues into right field, where little Timmy, not major league material, lets it roll between his legs. Loser. Turns major and kicks it a few times before finally picking it up and launching an anemic
anemic.
throw towards the infield to the chorus of
Throw
teammates. Throw
it.
it! Throw the ball! Throw it! Infield, the ball is retrieved by the first baseman, who hurls it to the shortstop covering second, but Joshua is already standing happily on top of the bag. The pitcher is furious, flinging out to Timmy. All you gotta do is pick it up and throw it. You're such a spaz. That's the pitcher.
Yeah.
Coach, off shot, I guess.
Yeah.
OS. Hey, none of
Yeah.
that.
Off screen. Off screen.
Yeah. We pan to see the coach standing in front of the bench of the team in the field. I handle the coaching here. Pitcher, do we have to have him out there? Coach, just get back on the mound, mister. The pitcher kicks the dirt and returns to the mound as the coach turns angrily to Timmy. Keep your head down on those grounders and throw ahead of the runner. You're out there picking daisies. Bleachers. Timmy's father puts his head in his hand, humiliated. Joshua's
Oh,
mother. He got a double. Benjamin still reading. A single and an error. Pitcher's father. That kid in right couldn't catch a cold in flu season. Joshua's mother. Come on, Eli, bring him in. Okay, this isn't Field of Dreams. This is Jurassic Park.
well, it's a little, yeah.
Right field. Timmy dejectedly walks back to his position. A large shadow sweeps over him. Parking lot.
Uh
Oh no. Oh, it's gonna be a pterosaur. I just know it.
Yep.
Yappy dog is yapping,
Yapping.
yapping, then says something above and freezes looking up. He starts to whimper. Yep, it's a pterosaur. Bleachers, little Rebecca is looking up to the sky, fascinated. Joshua's mother, good eyes, Eli! Way to look! Rebecca points. Look, mommy, birdie! Yeah, it's a pterosaur. Joshua's mother not looking. This is your pitch now. Get some aluminum on it. Rebecca, birdie, mommy, birdie! Joshua's mother still not looking. That's nice, honey.
That's nice, honey.
Oh my god. Field, the pitch clink. Eli lifts a very high pop up into. Oh no,
Oh,
right field.
right field.
Bleachers. Get under it, son. You got it, Timmy. That's Timmy's father. Joshua's mother.
Yeah.
Drop it! Drop it! Drop it! Right field. Timmy unsteadily wobbles under the pop up. Everyone on and off the fields shouting instructions at him. Sky baseball. The baseball keeps rising. Whoosh! A huge black pterosaur swoops out of the heights and snatches the ball in its razor-toothed bill, then wings away with powerful strokes. Timmy frozen in amazement, gloves still ready for the ball that won't be coming down for him to drop. Bleachers. The spectators are stunned, speechless, gaping at the sky. Little Rebecca biggles. Big birdie!
Oh, at least it wasn't a child that got swooped up. At least
Although
not
that would
yet.
have been better, actually.
Yeah, it's not the ball. Hey, Timmy gets picked up. Poor Timmy. We're gonna need another Timmy. Shut up, kid.
The barbecuing dad. Oh, that's a picnic area. Stands frozen with half-done steaks suspended on his fork, trying to make sense of what he just saw. Barbecue dad. That's his name. What
Barbecue
the?
dad. What?
Flop! Another pterosaur swoops down from behind and snatches the steak off his fork. Barbecue dad. Hey! Well, there goes the steak.
Yeah.
Bleachers. We shoot from behind the bleachers towards the field and the sky above it. A black shape takes form, winging in over the fence in center field. Reverse. I don't know what shoot from
Basically,
and reverse.
they're shooting from behind the bleachers.
Okay. Reverse. The spectators are standing up, concerned. Joshua's mother pointing. Look up in the sky. It's a. Benjamin is interested now. It's some sort of pterosaur, mother. Why does it sound like bad fan fiction at this point?
Because it does. It sounds like that. It's a pterosaur, mother.
Oh, cry over a river, Jimmy.
Yeah, I know, right?
Page 5. We're 5 pages in, and it sounds like a fucking fan fiction. Joshua's mother, it's coming at us! His mother grabs little Rebecca and ducks with all the spectators as the pterosaur buzzes the bleachers, squawking with menace. Only the video enthusiasts and Benjamin remain standing. There's a whole flock of them. Though flock might not be the right word, Benjamin says. I don't know why I'm giving him a British accent, but it fits.
Yeah, he sounds like a little snot nosed. Honestly, it sounds like. I mean, if you think about it, it would be something that a dinosaur enthusiast would be doing because they'd be like, "Oh wow."
Joshua's mother grabs his arm and yanks him down, turns screaming to the field. Joshua, run! Run!
No, don't run. They'll chase you.
Field. It looks like a 1-1-1 dogfight over the infield. A half dozen pterosaurs wheeling, swooping, squawking hellishly, the little leaguers scrambling in all directions. Joshua begins to run down the base path towards third. A pterosaur flapping after him as he rounds third. The beast makes a huge lunge, narrowly missing the ball with its talons. Joshua sprints toward home plate and his mother in the bleachers beyond. The pterosaur wheeling and pursuing. Joshua's mother standing with her dog in arms now, screaming out, Joshua's mother, run, Joshua, run, slide! Joshua, just as the pterosaur makes another snatch for him, Joshua slides under its gasp and across home plate. The pterosaur streaks past, busting partially through the nylon mesh of the backstop, squawking and struggling as it becomes entangled. Parking lot aerial shot. We swoop down from above at the no longer yapping yappy dog. The dog whimpers, takes a hard run, tonk, and pulls the stake clear out of the ground, scampering away with it trailing him till whack. The swooping pterosaur scoots it up and swallows it, flapping away with the leash and stake dangling from its bill.
No,
They killed the dog.
Not the dog, you bastards!
I mean, the Lost World did it, although it was more
I
comedic
know.
because it didn't see it eat the dog.
Wow, that's like, whoa. That was something that I remember from going to see The Lost World in the theater. Is when the scene when the T Rex eats the dog. Some guy yells out, "Not the dog, you bastard!"
So, someone really yelled out.
Yeah, not the dog, you bastard.
Okay,
it was actually quite funny. That was actually kind of funny.
Yeah, but I prefer the scene in The Lost World because you don't see the dog get eaten. You only see the leash and the doghouse.
Yeah,
But
and
this script is describing how the dog dies.
Yes.
Picnic area. Family members running every which way as they are dive bombed by pterosaurs. A pterosaur crouches on a blanket on the ground, wolfing down abandoned picnic food. I'm assuming they are all pteranodons at this point.
Yeah, some sort of pteranodons. Are those really ugly ones? I can't remember which ones they are, but they were the really ugly ones that actually looked like somebody took a miniature T-Rex and shoved it on a pterosaur body.
Oh, those. Yeah, no, they're too small, and they're too small to do that. Those are dimorphodons.
Dimorphodons.
Hold on, let me Google the dimorphodon. Adopt me. Fossil. Yeah, it's actually doesn't look that big.
It doesn't. It's not. I don't think it's as big as I thought it would be.
Mm, Actually, I think the closest looks like this.
Mm, okay. It's not as big as I thought it was.
But yeah, it couldn't eat the dog unless it was a chihuahua.
So we're talking about maybe tropes or uh probably
Tropionatus?
tropes. Tropio, yeah, yeah,
Wait,
that
how does
them
that one
thingies.
look like? Hold on. Tropionatus. Not arc. I want size. Oh yeah, these are
Yeah,
kind of big. It could eat a dog.
yeah, that could eat a dog.
So yeah, I'm thinking either that or Pteranodon doesn't describe what kind of pterosaur.
Yeah, it just says pterosaur because we
Although
know it's not as big as a hats or a cat's.
no, but although I think Tropionatus would make an interesting species in the franchise.
Yes, it would.
It's already in the evolution games, but it's not official movie material. A
We'll just
pterosaur
say pterosaur. We did that.
crouches on the blanket on the ground, wolfing down the abandoned picnic food. Barbecue Dad fends one flying menace off with his long fork, then dives on their picnic table for refuge. Okay, that's funny. Field, general panic on the field. The pitcher has been standing petrified on the mound throughout, too scared to run or even lie down. This is a very long sequence. Like, for the introduction, this is long.
Well, you got to remember, you figure that it's 1 page per minute of footage.
I guess, but still, if we're talking this is like 7 minutes of film, this is still long for an introduction, I guess.
True.
Like, I literally started writing, I haven't finished it, a Mario script, and the introduction is not that long. Anyways,
True. Anyway, on the field,
general
the
panic on the
pitcher,
field.
the
You can
pitcher
read the
is
next scene.
oh, field on the field. The
Pitcher has been
pitcher,
standing petrified on the mound throughout, too scared to run or even lie down.
his
His
father
father.
is okay. I thought you were gonna let me read it.
I said the next scene.
Oh, okay. Go.
This is the
Then I'll
first
shut up.
scene of the movie.
Oh,
Father is
I'll shut up then.
starting out to him. I think shouting.
I think it was supposed to be shouting out to him.
I don't know. From the sideline,
Mm.
much impeded by soothing, squawking pterosaurs. Pitcher's father, just stay right there, Alex. I'm coming for you. But the pterosaur does a scuba dive over the backstop and flap grabs the boy by the shoulders, lifting away.
Oh no.
My choke happened! Oh my god! Pitcher's father, no! The flying beast flaps hard, trying to get some altitude, lunging the pitcher only a few feet off the ground as it heads straight towards Timmy in right field. Timmy's father is running out towards him, aluminum baseball bat in hand. Timmy's father, grab him, Timmy, grab him! Okay, so I'm guessing, like, this movie doesn't give a fuck if a kid dies.
Apparently. Well, no. It is technically still a Jurassic Park movie, Therefore, you never see a child. You don't see any children get unalived.
Yeah, but this could be
Only
the first, I
adults.
guess. Timmy
It's possible.
pulls his glove off, estimates, then jumps as the pterosaur is starting to lift off, grabbing the pitcher's legs with both arms. The extra weight pulls the beast down close enough to the ground, then whap, whap, whap. Timmy's father can start whumping it with the bat. The pterosaur lets the pitcher go. Oh no, the kid's alive, I guess. He and
Mm.
Timmy tumbling to the ground and flaps away, croaking a distress call. The pitcher's father and Timmy's father help the boys up. Timmy's father, nice grab, son. Way to use your head. The video enthusiast steps past them, pointing his camera to the sky. I think they're leaving. We pan to see what he's taping a phalanx of pterosaurs winging away together. Infield, we track through freaked out little leaguers and their freaked out parents trying to comfort them till we reach home plate where Joshua's mother is on her knees hugging Joshua as little Rebecca and Benjamin stand by. Joshua's mother, oh Joshua, that was wonderful. You were so brave. Benjamin, he didn't touch Ted. Shut up. She gives
Really?
her
Really?
brookworm son
All
a
of this
withering look.
all
Joshua's
of that shit, all of that bullshit, and the only thing Benjamin can say is, "We didn't touch third, motherfucker. You were just attacked by pterosaurs."
She gives her bookworm son a withering look. Joshua's mother, this is the last baseball game I take you to, young man. Benjamin, brightening, promise?
Oh my god.
He doesn't even want to be there.
Oh.
Backstop, the truly enmeshed pterosaur caught in the backstop, then he screams in frustration. Okay, next scene.
Okay.
Let me know when to scroll.
Interior beach bar day. Uh, CU television screen. Okay. We start on a TV news image of the struggling pterosaur wrapped in the cutaway backstop netting with a plastic restraint holding its bill shut, being carefully carried past shell shocked little leaguers and parents by a pair of black uniformed SWAT team members. TV newswoman voiceover.
Voiceover.
Yeah. The attack, the first The attack, the first occurring within the United States territory, left several people badly shaken but resulted in no serious injuries. Scroll
This
down.
isn't the first attack, though.
Within the United States U.S. territory.
Remember San Diego?
I thought they tried to sweep San Diego. Oh.
No, they knew. Remember at the end there was a TV broadcast?
Oh.
Okay, so this is a continuity error, or they're meaning the first pterosaur attack.
Yeah. So they would have to change that to the first occurring pterosaur attack within the United States territory.
But they didn't. Anyways,
They switched to the handheld. We switched to handheld video footage shot by the enthusiast at the game. Swooping pterosaurs, screaming humans. TV woman, newswoman voiceover. Similar incidents have plagued communities in Central America and Mexico in recent months, leading to the formation of the United
of A.
Nations of a United Nations task force to exterminate the intrusive pterosaurs. Yeah, so it's the first pterosaur on U.S. soil.
I guess. Want to
we
continue
switched.
reading?
Yeah, I was going to that. We switched to a more professional footage of a pair of little compsognathus floating on a natural raft of coconut shells and other debris on the ocean. Newswoman, these and a few other formerly extinct species have migrated to the mainland. TV image, an aerial shot of Isla Nublar. from Isla Nublar, site of the notorious Jurassic Park disaster. A dusty street in Central America. TV
TV
image.
image.
Yeah, a dusty street in Central American town. A flock of scrawny chickens run underfoot in a panic. Uh, Pedestrians jump onto cars as small band of compies dart around after the chickens. A big hen goes down, feathers flying as the compies dive into it, uh, causing untold damage to crops and livestock. Wilhelm Spieler, a
Oh.
business suited corporate flake catcher, flat catcher. Spieler appears on screen standing before a large corporate logo. A spokesman for Grendel Corporation, the Swiss firm now responsible for the island, had this today. And then we cut to Spieler. Our eradication of the genetically engineered creatures at the former Jurassic Park is nearly complete. We believe that these current uh, de-
Depredations.
depredations. Okay, scroll down.
Reverse.
Back,
Nick.
yeah, the backside of Nick. Nick Harris is currently unemployed soldier of fortune. Watches the TV, especially as he stands at the counter of the beachfront bar.
So
Spieler
what
on
I'm gathering from this is a company is now in charge of um, what used to be Jurassic Park, and they're
yeah, and they're
exterminating all the dinosaurs on the island.
yeah, they're killing, yeah, they're outright killing them.
So that means in this alternate reality, Rexy is dead.
Possibly.
Most likely, yes.
Yeah. Spieler can be attributed to animals that escaped the island before we at Grendel took possession of it. Harris pushes aside his empty whiskey glass and steps away. Right, buddy, says Nick. Spieler. Oh, I get it. It's like, right, buddy. We can only regret that we were not given the opportunity to respond to this situation earlier. And then we go to exterior of the beachfront bar, boardwalk day. Harris squints at the sun as the sun hits him. He has a day-old stubble on his face and the air of a man who's unhappily killing time. We track with him as he moves down the boardwalk past various beach types. A shadow drifts over him. He looks up. POV sky swooping low overhead are two, no, three pelicans. Similar outline, but without the size and teeth. Overton off screen. Nick. Boardwalk, Jeb Overton, wearing quasi military uniform, approaches Nick with a halting gait. Overton, is that you? Right?
It's you, right?
Nick, it's you, right? Nick looks over him, smiles slightly. Captain Overton. Scroll down.
There you go.
Overton, embarrassed. I look more like Captain Crunch in this outfit. I haven't seen you since he doesn't. Overton doesn't finish the sentence. The place they last saw each other is not on one either wishes to reminisce about. Nick, yeah, Overton. Have you heard from any of the guys? Nick, haven't been in the loop for a while. Overton, Wilkins drove his car off a cliff. Di Stefano, well, peacetime is rough for a lot of people. Nick, how about you? Oh, I'm in the bionic security guard. He hitches up his pants slightly to reveal his ankle uh chromium prosthetic. Can you make it a little bit bigger for me, please?
Like that.
Thank you. Yeah, like that. I'm old. I need things to be a bit bigger so I can read it. Otherwise, it's all kind of blurry. La, 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 la.
But like the artificial below the knees.
Yeah. Both legs are artificial below the knees. Overton. State of the art. I'm in charge of lockup over at the aviary. He indicates the large hummingbird patch on the breast pocket of his uniform. Overton. This giant zoo for uh like giant zoo for birds. Nick, I always said you were for the birds. Overton grins. Listen, are you still consulting? Grim, haven't had a contract in 3 years. Overton. But if there was one, good money, a little travel, a little adventure. Nick, you've been looking for me? More or less. Harris looks out over the beach, lots of people having fun. Nick, it's not exactly a stepping stone to bigger and better things. What we do what we do is it? He sighs resigned. Nick, who's it for? Well, he's kind of a strange.
Mind if I read this?
Yes, please, because I gotta cough a bit.
Exterior everyday emu. An emu or emu? How do you pronounce this?
Emu, big ass bird.
A big ass bird faces up in threat posture. The big flightless bird makes a deep thumping noise as it vibrates. It vibrates. Excuse me. Its massive chest. John Hammond off screen. They can get rather territorial in captivity. Reverse Nick and John Hammond stroll down a pathway through a section of high grass in the aviary. So yeah, back when this was written, the actor was still alive.
Okay, so that makes sense.
So yeah, he would have been in the movie.
Yeah.
High above them is a domed ceiling of net. All around are outcroppings of
Out.
foliage and busy birds. A sturdy nurse follows them several yards behind. Of course, it doesn't put me in the best mood of moods either. Nick, you're not in captivity. Hammond shoots a quick look back to the nurse. John Hammond, you can't just see the chains. My late heir managed to get me declared incompetent. My minders are bribed to spy upon for my enemies. Nick, you have enemies? Did you know that I am the most sued person in the history of the world? It's in the Guinness Book. You could look it up. Prominent law schools devote entire semesters to my malfeasances. Regulatory
Mal-
statues bear my name.
malfeasance.
Oh, excuse me.
It's fine. It's fine.
Not the legacy I had in mind when I started out, but a legacy nonetheless. They passed some beautiful roseate spoonbills? Rosette? I don't know. Wading through a shallow pond. We look back at our lives and we try to tally up the things we are proud of against the regrets. Do you have regrets, Mr. Harris? Nick nods. More than few. John Hammond. At the moment, my greatest regret, other than having spawned the careers of thousands of tort lawyers, is having put an evil into the world that may become permanent. An evil that must be eliminated before it spirals out of control. Nick, your dinosaurs. Smiles. Yes, my dinosaurs. How much do you know about them? So yeah, in this version, Hammond is a genocidal maniac.
Whoa. So this is new to me. So he goes no expense spared to genocidal maniac?
Okay, so in the last world, he says we should step aside and let the nature do its thing with the dinosaurs. Except
Mm-hmm.
in this, after seeing the chaos that happening on the mainland, he's like, yeah, we gotta kill them all. So he's
Oh,
gonna do
wow.
a prehistoric genocide.
Okay.
Yeah, this is what I heard about on the internet.
Wow, so he does a complete 180-degree turnaround
Yeah,
from creating them and protecting them at all costs to kill them all.
I mean, yeah. Which
Wow.
honestly,
Okay.
I kind of understand why.
Yeah. Yeah.
I would
I get you.
understand why, but at the same time, I'm like, you could just put them in a secured reserve where they can't get out.
But flying pterosaurs. But anyway, let's continue.
Then put them in an aviary, or find a way to get rid of them. I don't know. Anyways, I will proceed. Nick shrugs. Most of them have been wiped out. A couple of species have been making nuisance of themselves. John, whenever a new organism, especially a predator with no natural enemies, is introduced into an ecosystem, the result is disastrous. Nick, pest control isn't my line. Isn't in my line. John, I'm not proposing you run about with a butterfly net, Mr. Harris. The most effective weapon against any species is its own behavior, particularly its reproductive behavior. Take take a population of any wild animal and introduce a number of highly aggressive but reproductively neutered individuals within it, a Judas strain, so to speak, that cuts down the birth rate. We need to. Who better to locate our errant creatures than their almost identical kin? Nick, why not give them diseases too?
How
Viruses
about this?
mutate. What?
How about this? I'll read Nick, you can read John Hammond. How's that?
Yeah, yeah, that works.
Okay. Why not give them diseases too?
Viruses mutate faster than lawsuits, I'm afraid. Too much risk. They begin to affect other species. But a large influx of young, aggressive, sterile, but sexually attractive females.
Sounds like a college boy's dream.
Yes.
Uh,
Oh, females. I said males, I think.
yeah, put a sexually attractive females. Sounds like a college boy's dream.
Are the only solution, I believe, to our present crisis.
Sounds good to me.
But not to the United Nations. They've laughed off my proposals, outlaw not only the creation of any new dinosaurs, sterile or not, but also prohibited the worldwide mining, sale, or possession of amber
No little mosquitoes trapped in their sap,
in tree sap.
in tree sap.
Means no basic genetic material to work with.
But even if you had these genes, you couldn't.
Among the people on the board of this aviary funded through a trust I set up before my legal difficulties began are some of the finest genetic scientists in the world. People who would be happy to risk implementing my plan if a source of the vital DNA could be located.
Something tells me you found one.
I didn't find it. I left it behind. A former employee of mine, Mr. Nedry. Interior Jurassic Park laboratory flashback. Okay, so this was a scene from the first movie. We can see
Yeah,
Nedry opening his safety vault disguised as an aerosol can and sticking pilfered tubes of dinosaur embryo into it. John Hammond voiceover, and at the behest of one of my more unscrupulous. Can you say the word for me?
unscrupulous.
Thank you. Competitors conspired to steal a large quantity of genetic material, enough to engender at least 40 species from our laboratory at the park. It was his misfortune, however. Exterior
Dotson,
Road.
it's Dotson, it's Dotson.
Yeah. Exterior Road, Isla Nublar, rainy night flashback. Nedry's vehicle slides out of control in the torrential downpour, leaving the road and coming to rest stuck in the muck. So basically, I am supposing this, but Um, or what's the right word for that?
The right word for what again?
Never mind. I'm imagining if this movie were to come out, if it came out, they would have used footage from the first movie for this.
Oh, they even renamed the frickin' Dilophosaurus.
I don't know.
No, see right here, exterior jungle night flashback. Nedry faces off with a large, curious, Calamy
Chlamydosaurus sputori. Hold
spitting
on, hold on,
frilled.
hold on. Chlamydosaurus. Is that an actual species?
Spitori. Right there. Down, down, down. SP. Yeah, there it is.
Was bioengineered species planned to appear in the Jurassic Park 4? These spitters are large. Okay. So it was scrapped.
Yeah.
It was a scrapped
But it,
fictional species, most likely.
yeah.
But yeah, if this
But
movie were to come out, I think they would have reused the footage from the original film for this because, well,
mm-hmm.
it's Emblem. Exterior
Yeah.
road is on the blurry night flashback mid vehicle, blah 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 blah. To attempt this clandestine transaction during a period of a period of severe technical malfunction at the facility. Exterior jungle night flashback, blah 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 blah, and then the faces of a large, curious Chlamydosaurus pictori, spinning frilled lizard spitter, strills pop up, blah, blah, blah. You know how it goes in the movie.
Mm-hmm.
John Hammond, we were forced to abandon the island before his exact fate. Leonard runs back into the vehicle, but the spitter leaps in after him, trashing blood. John Hammond via or that of the material he had stolen could be determined. We pan to the abandoned aerosol can swept away by a rivulet of rainwater and quickly covered it with muck. Exterior aviary day present. Songbirds fled about in the branches all around them as they approached the rustic built snack bar. You want to read Nick again?
Sure. But the people who took over the island.
Grendel International. If they had found it, they wouldn't be constantly pressuring me to reveal its whereabouts. I have a good reason to believe they might be the people who engaged Nedry in this betrayal, in his betrayal. Although it was Biosyn canonically.
Why would they want dinosaur genes?
Mm. Well, it's your life. But yeah,
It was my life.
canonically it is Biosyn, although in this they probably didn't think about it. I shudder to think. Hammond looks over the menu hanging above the snack bar counter. Major Overton tells me you're an expert in covert operations.
I was trained as a Navy SEAL. I've been involved in missions in and out of uniform.
We know the sector Nedry was in when he disappeared. The stolen material seems to have been hidden in an aerosol can of some sort.
Deodorant.
No, it was shaving cream!
No, it was shaving cream.
I guess in this it's deodorant.
Yeah.
Did this person watch the original film when he wrote this?
Apparently not.
Apparently, yes and no. Given the state of Nedry's personal hygiene, I doubt it. We can provide you with a map. Oh, he doubts it, so he.
Yeah, yeah. There aren't any dinosaurs left on the island.
Grendel International claim to have restored equilibrium. They maintain a small security force there to discourage trespassers.
So I go there, I steal this reclaim.
Reclaim.
I bring this can of DNA back to you.
Captain Overton will be your contact. Hammond scribbles a number on the snack bar order pad, flashes it to Nick. All the time wary of the approaching nurse, we see lots of zeros. You will be amply rewarded for your risk, of course, with a generous bonus if you succeed. So, Nick considers, nods, resigned.
I've done worse for less.
John Hammond beaming. Excellent now. Will you care for a sundae? I guess this is kind of a reference to the ice cream scene.
Yeah.
Exterior Isla Nublar day. We start with an aerial shot of Isla Nublar in the distance across the water, then tilt down to see a small flock fishing boat in the Evji. Oh, local, not flock.
Mhm.
That's good water. How long have I been streaming for? Let me.
Yeah, check that out.
52 minutes and it's technically 80 minutes of film. We're gonna be here for a long time.
We're gonna be here a while.
Yeah.
We're only on page 18.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to text my dad that I'm not gonna go back up tonight.
Well, no, I mean, honestly, we can pick this up again.
Maybe I'm still gonna text him. I'm still gonna text him
Okay.
because I still at least want to get as far as I can.
Mm-hmm. Fair. This is interesting, actually.
Yeah.
Oh, excuse me.
All right, it's set. It is sent. Oh wait, let's go back. Fishing boat, Overton there, checking a GPS instrument as the boat's owner, Ramirez, deals with a net thrown over the side facing the island. I thought it would, for a second, I swear, I thought it said NFT.
Mhm. Not that I
Overton.
can see.
This is the legal limit. There's a couple patrol boats we'll hear from if we drift any closer. We pan to see Nick sitting on the deck beside the cabin, which blocks him from view from the island and pulling on the last of his black scuba gear. Give me 10 minutes
His,
and then pull out. You sure about this, pilot? They're used to.
I'll. I was
You want
gonna
to
say
read
I'll
Overton?
read over. I'll read Overton. They're used to seeing his plane around the coast. Eco tours.
Nick nods and pushes a camouflage raft full of supplies overboard, clipping the nylon line attached to it to the back of his belt. Ramirez comes over to watch as Nick lowers his mask and sits backwards on the gunwale. Well, I'll play Ramirez too, I guess. Buenas
Well,
siete, senor.
Nick nods, falls backwards into the waters, and disappears. They watch the raft begin to pull away. Ramirez crosses himself.
Oh, yeah, thank you for reading. I got distracted.
It's
Que
fine.
Dios le proteja. I can't speak Spanish.
Uh, no habla español.
No habla español.
uh,
Exterior
exterior
beach.
is La New Bar.
You want to keep reading? I can
Oh,
wait.
sure. The the beach looks inviting. Gentle waves, strips of white sand, a fringe of palm trees, little crabs scuttling among the fallen coconuts. Suddenly, Nick sits up in the surf, quickly pulling off his flippers and mask, and hustling across the sand to the shelter of the palms, dragging the supply raft behind him. Palms. Very precise, very mission impossible, of course. Nick strips off the wetsuit, opens the raft supply compartment, boots on, backpack, GPS unit, and laminated map on a lanyard over his neck. Then the weapons automatic combat shotgun. Wow. Small pack rifle with silencer, 50 cal pistol. Well, just in case there are dinosaurs, you're gonna need something that
Yeah.
big. in one holster and a cell phone in the other. Nick crouches, sticks and a homing uh, crouches, sticks on a homing device as yet unarmed into the sand and at the edge of the tree line. He trots off into the jungle. Exterior jungle path day. Nick moves quickly down the extremely overgrown pathway, passing oddly canted lamp posts and torn, rusted sections of metal fencing. This used to be the tourist track through the park. He stops abruptly, listens. The usual Tarzan movie jungle sounds. Nothing you couldn't hear on vacation. He checks his GPS and trots away. We hold, then tilt up the nearby lamppost to see a surveillance camera mounted near the top, swiveling to follow Nick's movement. Oh dear, he's been caught.
Mm-hmm.
Jungle. We shoot from the ground level as Nick approaches from some distance, vaulting over a hole at the base of the gnarly rooted tree. We hold on the hole for a moment. A large black four-fingered reptile hand emerges, claws gripping the earth. Oh
Oh, this
dear.
is one of the things that I didn't tell you about. There is another fictional species in there.
Oh dear. Scroll down. Clearing. Nick is off the pathway now, moving through thick jungle till he reaches a small clearing. He checks his map and GPS. He sees something, climbs a slight rise, pushes away some tall weeds. An abandoned, rusted out four-wheel drive vehicle. Nix yanks a torn flap of canvas away to reveal Nedry's skeleton. Ooh.
Nice.
Bony fingers still clutching the steering wheel. A small lizard scuttles out through one of the eye sockets in the skull. Really? You had to do that?
Honestly, this would have been interesting to see on screen
Yeah, it would.
because they didn't really revisit Nedry's
Mm,
thing.
yeah. Nick, regarding the skeleton, looks like you've dropped a few pounds.
Oh,
Yeah. He rapidly searches the interior of the vehicle, seats, floor, glove compartment, but nothing but a flashlight and a lot of old candy raptors. He steps away, surveying the ground around him. I have one problem with this.
what is it?
If the dinosaurs ravished his corpse, there wouldn't be a skeleton. Because they would have pulled him out of the car.
Hmm, I don't know.
Eh, we'll leave it to Hollywood magic. Go back up just a little bit.
Like that?
Uh, ground around. A lot of old candy. He steps away, surveying the ground around him. Backpack. The backpack thumps to the ground. Nicholas. Nick unzips it and pulls out pieces of the disassembled metal detector. An animal scream from back in the trees. Nick listens. Quiet again. He glances at his watch and begins to assemble the metal detector. Go back. Scroll back down. Ground later, we see metal detector disc sweeping over the ground. Wider, Nick, t-shirt soaked through with sweat, has set up a grid with wooden stakes and string. He's working a section several yards down from the vehicle at the edge of the shallow little stream. He pauses, wipes sweat off his forehead. On a whim, he reaches the detector arm over the string and passes the disc over a little mud bar in the center of the stream. The machine crackles. Nix drops the detector and jumps into the stream, digging furiously at the mud bar with his hand. He stops, feeling something, then pulls up a muck-covered Barbasol can. Nick kneels, washes the can off in the stream, then pulls out his cell phone and punches a number. Yo,
Can I read the
objectives.
dialogue?
Sure, go ahead.
Yo, objective secured. Proceed with extraction. I'll fire up the Homer. Go! Homer Simpson.
Don't. He pulls a remote control from his vest, pushes in a red button. Of course, it's always a red button. Exterior beach homing device. A blinking red light flicks on, the device beeping softly.
You know, why is
Exterior.
it never blue? It's always
You
red
know, I
button.
don't know. Why isn't it a green button? Exterior jungle day. Nick moves quickly but cautiously through the thick jungle, passing by a few of the big root holes. He slows, frowning, listening. A rustle behind him, a snap to the side. He starts up again very slowly. Again, the rustle in the brush around him. He brings the shotgun up, crouching.
Jeffy off screen. Mahelo! Nick
Nick
freezes.
freezes, turns his head. Out of the trees all around him appear a squad of 6 security rangers in camo uniforms, armed with short-barreled automatic rifles. The jefe waves his rifle at Nick. Uh,
Deje caer
uh,
las almas y póngase al suelo. Segundo, he wants you to drop your weapons and lie on the ground. No tenga miedo, no más queremos la lata. Segundo, don't be afraid, we only want the can. Your escopeta, por favor, put it on the ground. Nick?
Nick takes a deep breath, calculating, looks around at the men surrounding him. He sees something, Sugando.
It's very good we find you before the dinosaurs could. The
The dinosaurs do.
dinosaurs do. Rangers,
We
Nick.
sh- we shoot from behind the jefe and Sugando towards Nick. I was told there aren't any left on the island. Segundo. Oh, there's a few.
I could
Nick.
have done. Let me do the voices, okay?
Okay.
I'll do the characters. You do.
Nick.
No, I'll do the characters. You can do the other reading parts, and we'll figure out the
Oh,
rest later. Just for this bit.
okay. Okay.
I was told there aren't any left on the island. Segundo smiles. Oh, there's a few. Nick, like the one standing behind you.
Segundo. We shoot the Segundo in profile as he laughs. Ooh.
Segundo, that won't work, my friend. The ones left here only come out in the night.
Chomp. A raptor's head lunges into the shot, jaws clamping on Segundo's neck and shoulder. He screams, ah! Wider. Another raptor pops up from the hole next to the jefe, and the rangers start to fire their weapons. As another and another and another jet black, ruby eyed raptors?
Yeah, they're the fictional raptors in this movie. They're like they're
Digging
moles.
yeah, digging killers or just diggers. Pop up from the holes. The men have been standing in the middle of a colony of them. These creatures are bow legged with huge mole like digging claws at the end of their powerful forelimbs. What do they do? Take a Therizinosaurus and stick it on a raptor?
Mm.
Oh, jeez. Da, 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 da. Bap, 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 bap. The Rangers have their rifles on spray and pray as they panic and scatter. The Hefe pinned under one of the beast's powerful legs. Nick dark Nick darts past the Segundo as the digger lifts the man off his feet and shakes him. Automatic gunfire rips into the trees around Nick's as he dodges through the thick undergrowth, a pair of the monsters pursuing him. Oh shit. Nick zigzags between the tree trunks, hurdles roots and fallen logs while bigger diggers crash straight through, slowed by the foliage. We hear screams and gunfire from behind, growing more distant. Nick gets hung up on a pricklier vine for a moment, the lead digger gaining. Nick twists and blam blam blasts the creature in the face and neck as it rushes in for the kill. The digger staggers, falls to one knee as Nick tears free and sprints her way. We hold as the second raptor reaches its wounded comrade, pauses, roars, and then continues the chase. Well, fuck me. Jesus.
Do you need to take a breath?
No, I got you. I got it. I got it. Clearing. Nick staggers, bleeding from the pricklier vine, into an overgrown clearing. He leans his back against the grill of an abandoned service vehicle, faded Jurassic Park logo on the side. He catches his breath, listening, quickly reloading his shotgun. A pointy lizard face pops up behind him, looking out through the shattered windshield of the vehicle. It's a compy. Oh, shoo. It's joined by another and another and several more. One squeaks, Nick stiffens, then whirls. Blam, he fires just as a dozen of the lizard little carnivores stream out of the window at him. The ones that aren't blown back into the vehicle by the blast leaping in onto his face, shoulders, chest, arms, squeaking excitedly. Nick spins, swatting and snatching compies flying off him, then sprints for the nearby building. We hold on his abandoned shotgun lying on the ground. You left the shotgun, my dude. Interior building. We shoot through a half dozen Oh, they we're talking about the film is shot through a half broken window as Nick sprints towards us. A dozen compies in pursuit. So now he's got compies after him. He picks up speed, dives, folding his arms over his head. Crash. Shards of glass go flying as he dives through the window. Does a forward roll, twists, and comes up on one knee, pulling his pistol off his holster in one motion. It's not pop, 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 pop. It's kablam. Have you never heard a 50 caliber pistol go off? Jesus. He picks off the compy one by one as they jump onto the windowsill. I'm sorry. You can't. Never mind. The rest of them seem to take the hint. Nick lowers his head to the window opening, looking around.
His bead.
Where his bead on the window opening. Oh, Nick lowers his bead on the window opening, looks around. Uh, we are in a dusty staff barracks, a half dozen bunk beds, frames draped with cobwebs along the walls, footlockers, an old boombox, a coffee maker in one corner by a row of standing lockers. Simple but not Spartan.
Excuse me.
A poster of a Tyrannosaurus is starting to curl on the wall. Someone has drawn a knife and fork in its front claws. That's funny. And written in a cartoon balloon above its head, "Pass the tourist, please." That's a call out to something, isn't it?
No.
No, it's not. Okay. I don't know why I thought that was like a call out to like Chaos Theory or Camp Cretaceous or some shit.
That was
Nick pulls.
written before, though.
Yeah, this was written before that. Nick pulls the laminated map off the neck and studies it.
Reading Staff Quarters 1, 2, and 3, Utility Tunnel. ECU map? Can
Yeah,
I start reading?
EC. Go ahead.
ECU map, we follow Nick's finger over the detailed diagram of the old park. Dotted lines indicating utility tunnel that leads from the staff barracks to a power station near the south fence. Nick, off-screen leads to the power station, Nick, which is only 200 yards from the beach. Nick looks around, steps over to a hatch in one corner of the room. He bends, grabs the handle, pistol ready in his other hand, then yanks the hatch cover open. Nothing jumps out at him. Nick looks down into the blackness. He unvelcros a small but powerful flashlight from his belt, shines it down the hatch. POV hatch. We see a rusted metal ladder leading down a cement floor. Nick's. Excuse me, I got yawn for a sec. Whew. Nick considers the tunnel, looks back to the window. Three companies stand ready on the windowsill, watching. Nick whips his pistol around, but he jumps away before he can fire. He looks back into the dark tunnel below. Nick, no way, Jose. He looks around, sees a ceiling hatch over one of the bunk beds. Nick crosses, makes a face as he swipes away thick sheets of cobweb, climbs onto the top bunk, reaches up the high hook and latch. Have rusted stuck together? I don't really understand how that could
Let's
happen.
see. Hold on, huh? Ceiling hatch of the swipes thick.
They won't budge. Nick takes the
Hatch
butt
falls
off his pistol.
open. Oh. Watching. Tunnel below.
Nick
Looks
takes
around.
over the. Can I continue?
Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
Nick takes the butt off his pistol, gives it a hard rap. The, the hatches falls open and the top half of a half-eaten dead man drops through. Oh God.
Mm-hmm.
Nick shouts in surprise, leaping backwards off the bed and sprawling onto the floor, whipping his pistol up ready to shoot. The body is a security ranger who has been gnawed on pretty bad, maybe a week's old.
What?
Damn.
Ew.
So this was one of the other guys.
Nope.
The body is a security ranger who has been gnawed on pretty bad. Maybe yeah, I already read that. Nick lowers his pistol, breathes deeply, trying to get his heartbeat under control. Will I stop yawning? Jesus. When the digger crashes through the front door and tumbles across the room, slamming on the door and knocking the coffee maker and setting lockers on top of itself. Nick is trapped in the corner. The digger scrambles to its feet. Roars, lunges. Nick pulls the bunk bed down over himself as a shield, crouching. Tonk! The raptor's leg goes right through the deteriorated mattress and springs. Claws just missing Nick's throat. He scrambles out as the beast writes to free itself.
Right, wriggles.
It
Basically,
says
he wiggles.
rights.
Writhes. Yeah, writhes.
Makes it to the tunnel hatch and starts down the ladder, grabbing the handles on the underside of the cover. Ladder in Nick's feet. Crack, the rusted metal rungs give way, snapping. Nick falls, falling but able to yank the hatch over. Tunk. Nick hits the tunnel floor and the hatch cover falls shut, throwing us into blackness. You know, he doesn't have to describe the sounds, I guess. Krang, raptor claws punch through the hatch cover. That is physically impossible.
Yeah, he'd break his claws.
Then yank away, tearing away the tin metal. Three stripes of daylight appear to illuminate Nick below. Getting to his feet, Krang the raptor tears at the hatch cover again. Nick flicks the flashlight back on, trots into the dark, high-ceilinged tunnel ahead. Exterior island coast guy, we see through the palms to a small pontoon plane approaching over the sea. Interior cockpit, control panel, homing screen. A jerry-rigged homing screen clipped to the control panel has a blinked red light lined up with the central crosshairs. Reverse pilot. The pilot, the hippie-looking character in the dead shirt named Darwin, scans the beach. You want to read this? like the
Okay, you're
dialogue.
supposed to be here. You're supposed to be here, dude.
Beach. We watch as the plane slows and comes in for a water landing, tracking to meet it as it taxis up to the surf line. Darwin cuts the engine, hops out and into the water, wrestling the little plane around so it is pointing out to sea, muttering all the while.
This gig is gnarly enough without being late, man. Security guard, spy gear, probably some kind of psychosaurus is still running around the island.
He runs through a line with a U-bolt under the tail assembly to take root, sticking up from a half-buried driftwood stump, glancing at his watch.
I give you 10 minutes and then I'm history.
Interior utility tunnel. Nick is trotting along the utility tunnel, pipes and wires overhead. So far, so good. He stops at a fort in the tunnel, shines the light on his map. You
There's
can
no
read.
fork on. Okay, there's no fork on the damn map.
Runk! The roar of the digger echoes through the tunnel behind him. No time for eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Nick runs right. Crunch, 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 something on the foot. Nick swings the light down. Eggshells, big ones, dozens of them, all over the floor.
Terrific. It's a nursery.
It's the nursery.
It's the nursery.
Runk! Another echoing roar sends Nick running again. We hold and watch him trot away. Something in silhouette drops from the pipes above and follows.
Oh, Jesus.
Low angle, Nick trotting past us as his light fades off. A pair of yellow reptile eyes right in front of us pop open. We track behind Nick as he rushes along. Up ahead, we can see a single shaft of sunlight angling down the light at the end of the tunnel. Closer, closer. Nick points the flashlight beam ahead to see three spinners standing between him and the exit ladder. The only closest hisses its field mantle popping up in display. Nick whirls around, shines the light. Here
Can
comes
we
four more
pause?
spinners
Can we
behind them.
uh, can we push pause for just a second?
Yeah,
Can I mention this is not a movie. This is a video game.
this was written for a movie though.
I know it was written for a movie, but this is a video game.
It feels like that Jurassic Park arcade game
Yeah, it really
that
does.
released in 2015.
Something like that. It wouldn't surprise me if this I don't know. But continue.
And it and by the way, to the viewers at home, I beat that game. Yeah, I beat the Jurassic Park arcade game.
Cool.
The the one closest hisses his film mantle popping up in display. Nick whirls around, shines the light. Here comes four more spitters, and behind them, Harunk the digger closing in. Nick turns, pop, 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 pop. The spitters back up a bit, but don't run as Nick opens fire on them. He clenches the pistol in his mouth, jumps and grabs onto the pipes above, swinging forward hand to hand, bringing his knees up to his chest as the spitters jump and snap beneath them. Teeth just inches away. One of the spitters scrambles up the exit ladder ahead, turns. Blam, blam, blam. Nick fires, hang by one arm for a moment. The spitter falls and Nick drops the pistol, swings forward, and hooks the top of the ladder with a foot. Exterior park grounds back fence. Nick crawls out of the tunnel opening, runs. A spitter pops up right behind him, looks around, then is yanked back into the hatchway by its tail.
Mhm.
Snarling, chomping noises, then the digger powers its way out of the opening, sniffs once, and heads for Nick. Nick looks at the 12-foot high fence above him, back at the charging raptor. He slips his backpack off, tries to squeeze through a very narrowing opening that some short animal has torn at the base of the fence. He gets hung up, squirms, and slips through just as wham, the bigger smashes. The bigger. The digger smashes into the fence headfirst, trying to grab it. Nick sprints to his feet, sees that the backpack is just on the far side of the fence. The barbasol can visible in the webbing pocket. The digger starts to dig furiously at him. At the base of the fence, excuse me. Huge clouds of dirt flying behind him. Nick runs parallel to the fence, slapping it with his hand.
Come on, you stupid litter. Come and get me. Come on, knucklehead. I
Corny
can think of
dialogue.
many corny dialogue. Corny dialogue much?
The raptor leaves his digging and begins to run parallel on the other side, catching up with Nick.
That's it, Einstein. Follow the nice man. That a butt.
Nick puts on the brakes as he sees ahead 20 yards further down. The whole section of fence has fallen. The raptor sees it too. They look at each other. See you on the.
See, see you on the beach, Nick. You want to switch?
No, it's okay. Nick sprints back
Okay.
towards the original hole in his backpack. The raptor takes a step after him, tanks, then turns to race for the open section. Fence backpack. Nick races back, thrusts his arm through the hole, and grabs the backpack, yanks it through, and runs for the trees, pulling Barbasol can free and discarding the backpack. Beach. Darwin is looking at his watch.
Well, you're just in time to be late, my man. I'm out of here. Hey,
We pan with Darwin's look to see Nick break out of the tree line onto the sand a couple 100 yards away, sprinting towards him.
start it up.
Darwin hurries out onto the pontoon and climbs onto the cockpit. No problem,
No
dude.
problem, dude.
He hits the
Okay.
ignition and the engine coughs into action, the props picking up in revs.
Lift anchor and we're airborne.
Runk. He shrivels to see the digger bust out of the trees no more than 30 yards away. Nick pulls up short, the monster between him and the plane. He makes a beeline for the water, calling out.
Taxi out. I'll swim to you.
Digger, the raptor, takes a look at Nick, already splashing into the surf. Then at the big noisy thing at the water's edge. It chooses the easier prey, charging towards the plane, bellowing. Plane Darwin panics, just the jams the throttle forward.
Uh,
The
oh
plane
shit.
blasts forward, but the tide has risen and there's a lot of slack in the line from the tail.
Yeah.
Driftwood stump cracked, the line snapped on and yanks the root it was tied to clear off from the stump. The plane picks up speed, the big driftwood roots skittering in its wake. Can you start reading him?
Okay. Closer. Drift. The driftwood root. Okay, let me take a sip of water real quick. Said drink water, not try to inhale it. Oh,
You got this.
I know I do. Gosh darn allergies and cold that I'm trying to get over. Okay, closer. Driftwood root. The wood skips and splashes on the surface like a dropped water skiing handle. Just as it hops past the camera, there's a sudden rising in the water beside us. Was that a crown of an enormous wedge-shaped reptile head, or were we just seeing things? We pan to see the plane lift off. As the plane lifts off, Digger, thigh deep in the surf, it bellows in frustration as the plane buzzes away. Nick is swimming out of the sea for all he's worth. He looks back to the shore, unless things can do Australian crawl. He's made it. He treads water, waves to the sky. Come back, it's all clear. Oh, sorry. We pan to the sky, and yes, the plane is banking, turning, coming back, dropping towards the surface.
You want
Easy,
me to
but
read Nick?
easy. Yeah, you can read Nick, and I'll read
Okay, I'll do that.
the
Easy, buddy, easy. No sweat now.
the plane. The plane steadies, pontoon skimming the water's surface. The driftwood route. The hunk of wood skittering along again till whoosh chomp. A Coronosaurus, gigantic sea monster that it is, shoots itself 8 foot long head up and snatches the trolling bait in its powerful jaws. Oh crap.
Oh!
Crack. The line snaps taut and rips the whole tail section of the plane off. Oh crap. Cockpit. Darwin. Darwin instinctively yanks back on the joystick, trying to pull up.
Whoa!
Whoa! Nick watches shocked as the plane pulls up but can't hold its yaw with the tail gone. It spirals, heading back straight at Nick, arcing towards the water, closer, closer. Nick takes a breath and goes underwater. Nick tries to get deeper as the shape of the plane passes close overhead, and we hear a muffled, watery crash. The surface. Nick pops back up to the surface, looks around. We pan to see the plane sitting sideways in the water 50 yards away, chunks of the wing torn off and already floating. It settles upside down, the pontoon still on the surface, keeping it afloat. A beat. Darwin comes up sputtering, hauls himself onto the pontoons, and sits gasping for breath. He sees Nick swimming towards he calls.
Oh, sorry, I got distracted. Hey man, what happened? Swimming calls. I just saw her tail section come off. Darwin shakes his head. It never did that before. You got a phone? Nick, yeah, a wet one. Hey, those security dudes, don't they have like a submarine due day?
We pan with his gaze. Something big and long is moving fast just under the water's surface, straight at Darwin on the wrecked plane. Oh no. Darwin is standing now, backing his toes away from the water.
Because unless that's Flipper, I'm.
Whoosh, snap, splash. The Kronosaurus breaks the surface, snatches Darwin into its jaws, half its enormous body, half its enormous body clearing the water, then smacking down into the water and diving. A huge serrated fluke slapping the surface as it disappears. Nick. Nick is stunned for a second, then looks to the shore. The digger is stalking the beach, watching him. Can't go back there. Nick begins to swim parallel to the shore, looking around for signs of the sea monster. He hears the chop of a helicopter and looks up. POV. POV. Helicopter. A gunship style helicopter is racing across the water towards him, flying low over the water, a rescue ladder already being lowered. Nick. Nick begins to swim towards it. Aerial shot. We look from above at Nick swimming, then tilt to see the Kronosaurus's back and forehead break water as it surfaced to swim after him. Surface. On the first pass, the ladder swings just out of Nick's reach, going too fast. He sees the Kronosaurus now, raising its head as it streaks towards him, opening its jaws. The helicopter banks and hovers. Nick grabs the ladder. He pulls himself up a few feet, shouts to the rescuers above him.
Take it up! Take it up!
Kronosaurus. We ride the back of the Kronosaurus as it powers towards Nick, who is still dangling temptingly only a few feet above the water surface. We look over its massive barnacled horned head as it lunges up, snap, just missing the bottom of the ladder as the helicopter suddenly shoots up into the air. Internal helicopter. We shoot out the side bay, seeing the Chronosaurus and Isla Nubar reaching in the distance.
Receding.
Strong arm receding in the distance. Strong arms appear to drag Nick in. He lies back on the floor, chest heaving. The man who leans over his face is wearing the same Grendel Corporation security ranger uniform as the men on the island.
I hope you haven't forgotten or can, Mr. Harris. His name is Nando.
Nando, yeah. Nick raises his head slightly, taps his ear if he can't hear.
Sorry, I can't hear you. Do you hear the copter noise?
Whap! Nando smashes him flush in the face. Lights out. Darkness. Silence. Then slowly the sound of the helicopter fades back up, as well as the light. Nick is lying on the floor, still, blood on his face. He opens his eyes slowly, blinks. He sees the Barbasol clan lying on Nando's lap, just an arm's reach away. Nando is busy joking in Spanish with the pilot. Nick swivels his eyes. He can see below, outside the bay. They are cruising fairly low over the water, parallel to a thickly polluted beach, or a thickly populated beach. Lots of swimmers in the water. Nick checks to see that his hands and legs are free, gathers his strength. Exterior beach. Overton stands among the beach blankets, running kids, and sunbathers, watching the horizon worried. A little boy approaches, selling shark tooth necklace.
Senor quiere comprarle un collar, says Chico. Okay.
Chico! Has
Overton
visto an...
has visto un avión. We hear the helicopter approaching. Chico points up to it. Aquí está, Chico.
Yeah, Chico. Overton mimes a plane's wings with his arms.
No un avión con alas.
Nick takes a couple of deep breaths, then lunges, grabbing the aerosol can from Nando and rolling. Helicopter. Out the open bay. Exterior beach. A gasp from spectators on the beach as the man falls out of the helicopter onto the water 40 feet below. Then applause as he pops up to the surface and swims rapidly towards the shore. They think it's a stunt. The helicopter banks over the water and heads back to cut him off. Overton walked towards the shore, unsteady on the sand. Nick stands, struggling to get out of the water, hits the beach running through the delighted beach crowd till whoom! The chopper swoops down at him from behind, struts narrowly missing his head, and then dives for the ground. Rotors blasting sand at the now terrified people. Nick is running again, aerosol can in hand, shouting to Overton as he sprints past him.
Ask for a cold one at Rodrigo's. Okay, whatever that means.
Yeah, ask for a cold one and Rodrigo's. Goodbye. Overton turns and watches Nick duck into the cover of lunch
Of the lunch.
palapas of the lunch palapas. And fried everything stands at the back edge of the beach. The buildings of the resort town rising behind them. The helicopter hovers above, turning this way and that like an indecisive hummingbird. Exterior alleyway.
You want me to continue
Helicopter.
reading a bit?
Sure.
Helicopter sound from above as Nick hustles down the back alley, hugging the wall to stay out of sight from the sky. He darts across the alley and in through the back door of a cafe. Oh, that's what Rodrigo's is.
Yeah, that's
Interior
what
kitchen
Rodrigo.
Rodrigo's. An old man sits at a small table shucking oysters. He barely looks up as Nick enters, crosses to check out the action in the bar, then turns to look around the kitchen. Cooler, An ancient Coca-Cola cooler buzzes in one corner. Nick moves to it, lifts the lid, and sets the Barbasol can in the midst of dozens of bottles of beer. He turns to the old man. Nick,
I'll basically in Espanol. I'll send somebody to get this. The old man. Oh, go ahead.
the old man shrugs and keeps on shucking. Nick looks up as the helicopter sound grows louder. Mysterious street, late day. A vendor pushes his cart down the back street, hawking popsicles. Paletas, muy ricos, muy ricos. Aquí tengo las paletas. Oh, sorry.
It's okay. You do it better. I mean, you can speak Spanish better than I can.
He passes, and we see Nick looking pretty beat up, standing back in a doorway. He is checking out the little Hotel Delphin across the street as he speaks softly on cell phone.
Just do what we agreed on before. I'll contact you when I'm in the clear.
Exterior street, Rodrigo's bar. Overton stands at the payphone across the street from a bar called Rodrigo's. Beyond him, we see thugs wearing sunglasses cruising up and down the street on the lookout for Nick.
It's very hot right now. Keep your head down.
Exterior street, Nick on his cell phone.
I'll do my best.
Nick clicks the cell phone off, pockets it. He considers the hotel, decides it is worth a try. Limps across toward it. Interior hotel lobby. Desk clerk is reading a comic book. He doesn't look up when Nick limps in. You want me to read it?
You can try.
Joven ha sido alguien buscando esperando en el cuarto?
No, Mr. Harris. No, Mr. Harris. Nobody's been looking for you. At least that's good. No, Mr. Harris. Nobody's been looking for you.
Nick considers reaching to take his key from its cubby hole. Corridor. Nick limps towards up down the corridor. He turns the key, opens the door, and Nando stands there with a different aerosol can in his hand. Pointed at Nick's face. Nick is too exhausted to run.
What's that supposed to be?
Nando hits the button and sprays Nick in the face. Lights out again. Darkness, silence. But this time, as the light begins to fade up, it is with the sound of yodeling.
Yodeling.
Interior tower bedroom. Nick evening. Nick wakes in a cozy looking bed in a round stone wall room. He looks around confused. Yodeling. He sits up barefoot, wearing clean pants and a t-shirt. He stands, steadies himself, a little woozy, then crosses immediately to the thick oaken door, tries it, locked. He crosses to the opposite side of the room and sticks his head out a tall rectangular opening. Exterior tower. Evening, we see Nick's head pop out through the window of a stone tower at one corner of a medieval castle on the mountainside in the Swiss Alps. Excuse me.
What the fuck did they drug him with?
I don't know. He looks right on the opposite parapet are two yodelers in arcade leather hoods and plumbed hats giving their tonsils a workout for a crowd of tourists standing down on the other side of the moat. The yodelers finish, the tourists applaud enthusiastically as Nick ducks his head back in interior tower. Okay.
I'm a prisoner in a theme park?
No question mark.
Yeah. Oh, I'm a prisoner in a theme park.
He looks around, his suitcase is open on the stand, his jacket hanging in armoire. Heraldic banners hanging up on the walls. There is a TV set and remote control. He picks up the remote, flicks the set on, begins to surf French-speaking channels, German-speaking channels, Spanish, Italian. We're definitely in Europe here. He says it was on the channel playing a nature documentary about the dinosaur pests. The narrator with a plummy British accent. Compsognathus. Oh, sorry, you.
Yeah. Compsognathus rarely exceed a fully grown pheasant in size.
TV screen see a trio of compies making forays in to bite at a cornered, hissing raccoon. Oh no, another raccoon!
But though diminutive, are extremely aggressive.
Nick.
No kidding.
He flips the
He
TV off. A booming knock at the door.
It's locked.
A key fumbling, then the door opens to reveal a butler dressed in livery. He has a slight Swiss accent. They are ready for you downstairs, Mr. Harris. Oh wait, no, that's you again.
It's supposed to be. I don't know how to do a Swiss accent. They are ready for you downstairs, Mr. Harris.
The butler steps away without closing the door. Nick considers interior great hall. Nick, fully dressed now, comes down the stone staircase that Basil Rathbone should be sword fighting on to see Adrian Joyce, a man only slightly older than Nick and very fit, swinging a halberd around in an elaborate martial arts display, thrusting, parrying, chopping, slicing, thoroughly enjoying himself till he sees that Nick has entered. He freezes in the backswing and the backswing smiles,
Pause. How to say I'm the villain without saying I'm the villain.
basically. How long have I been streaming? Nearly 2 hours. Okay.
Do we want to pause here?
No.
Okay. Now that we've gotten to the juicy bits?
Yeah.
Okay. It's not only for ceremony, the halberd. The Swiss guards who protect the Pope at the Vatican could do a good deal of damage with these, of course. They've also got an automatic pistol somewhere under those crazy uniforms. Maybe you should apply for the job.
For a job.
Maybe you should apply for a job.
George starts to hang the halberd over the enormous fireplace.
I haven't seen you since what? Uh, Tegucigalpa.
Galp? Tegucigalpa, I guess?
Yeah, I have no idea. I helped get you kicked out of the country. To be deported from Honduras. What horror must I have perpetuated? Uh, perpetrated, not yeah, something like that. Selling guns to the wrong people, as I recall. But they were the right people when I began the transaction. The political sands are ever shifting. He indicated
indicates the
oh,
very
sorry.
huge great hall around them.
Something the Swiss understand better than anyone. This castle was built in the late 15th century by a local warlord and self-styled baron seeking to isolate himself from the endless armed conflict of Europe, and, if possible, the profit from them.
Joyce indicates a huge tapestry hanging on the wall, portraying a bloody battle with horses, lances, swords, shields, and plenty of dead foot soldiers littering the battlefield.
He hired men and trained them to fight, selling, I should say, renting their services to whomever put the cash on the barrelhead. Security forces, in invasions, sieges, the Swiss mercenary was a force to be reckoned with. My employer, the current Baron von how to say I'm a villain without saying I'm the villain. My employer, the current Baron von Drax, is the principal stockholder and CEO of Grendel International Corporation. You make a hell of a tour guide, Joyce. What do you want with me? You have something that belongs to us. I lost it in the ocean. We'll match Hammond's offer. I made a deal with him.
My
Concern. I made my deal with him. But you haven't delivered it, have you? Nick made a quick assessment of the situation.
Oh, sorry, I had to read that. I didn't notice
Yeah,
that.
it's fine. It's It's somewhere safe. Smiles. I'm happy to hear that, Nick. Joyce
Joyce
crosses to
crosses to Nick.
I do apologize for the abrupt nature of your transportation here, but the sensitive nature of the material in question, like that it's illegal,
An edge of menace enters Joyce's tone.
there was some consideration given to torturing the whereabouts out of you. I suggested that given your history, this would be counterproductive. Besides, we want you to work for us.
Interior passageway, electric lamps on old torch. Sconces?
Sconces.
Sconces
Sconces.
light the way as Joyce leads Nick down a narrow passageway on another stone staircase.
Grendel plans to use the material from Jurassic Park in much the same way that envisioned envisioned by your Mr. Hammond. The United Nations, when the infestation of creatures begins to seriously inconvenience the first world, the United Nations will snap to attention. Previously rejected solutions, drastic as they may seem, well, will be reconsidered. Solutions we'd be able to offer for a price, naturally. And then there's a related project that one would hope you'll become involved in.
Nick slows as he hears a massive pounding ahead, like a pile of driver
Rhythmically
rhythmically destroying a paved parking lot.
remodeling? Smiles. That's what we'll tell the tourists.
He unlatches a dungeon door in front of them and they step into interior dungeon. They stand on the entry platform above a well lit stone dungeon, a few old chains still bolted to the walls for effect. Below them, nearly filling the room, is a heavily plated ankylosaurus repeatedly trashing its bowling ball sized bone protuberance at the end of its massive tail as a cudgel, knocking dents into the wall and sending rock dust flying. Nick, Joyce tries to fit his words in between the rhythmic wham of the ankylosaurus' assault.
A souvenir from our cleanup effort in on Esla Nubar. We raised it from an embryo to be precise.
Sherman has appeared behind them. He is a young genetics whiz and sorely lacking in people skills.
Nick, this is our chief of applied genetics. Sherman Fosdick? What a name.
Dick.
Yeah, probably is. Plowing through, like the embryos you stole from us, points to the ankylosaurus. Maybe we should put him down with her for a while. Be polite, Sherman. We haven't even had dinner yet.
Joyce leads Nick away, whispering as they go.
Too much Dungeons and Dragons, not enough socializing with the other children. Why bother having that thing if you're going to keep it shut up in a dungeon? Oh, one never knows when an ankylosaurus might come in handy.
Ankylosaurus.
Sorry,
they,
ankylosaurus.
they have reached
One
another metal reinforced door. This one, however, opens with a swipe of Joyce's ID card.
come see the new wing.
Interior laboratory chamber. Nick and Joyce step into something out of a James Bond movie, a cavern hollowed out in the core of the mountain beneath the castle. Metal stairs leading down into a maze of brightly lit biological testing labs.
The castle sits on an enormous cavern in the mountain. The original Baron kept his wine down here. We've expanded a bit.
They start down the stairs.
The corporation paid for all this. We have several products that are doing very well at the moment. An insect resistant rye grain, super strains of hops and barley, and of course, we were the first in Europe to market the pre sliced cheese. Dairy is
Pre-sliced
very
cheese.
important. Pre sliced cheese. Dairy is very important here in Switzerland. Right.
Rah! A chilling roar echoes through the chamber.
One of your cows?
Interior Raptor Enclosure X1 Spartacus. An 8 feet tall Deinonychus trots in circles, slams itself against the I-beams that enclose it, roars, and generally throws a fit in a bouldering-sized enclosure. Spray painted in Dago orange on its side is X1, and attached to one of its head just above the ear hole is a regulator box about the size of a cell phone. Enter observation room. A woman in a lab coat with ubiquitous Grendel
Ubiquitous.
Grendel International logo on the pocket stands watching the beast and writing on the chart. This is Maya Lundberg. Several TV screens are mounted on the wall above her, providing various angles on the beast's activity, while the panel in front of her supports a half dozen vital function monitors of the EEG, MRI, and heart rate sort. She doesn't look up from her book. Oh, from her work.
This is X1, our alpha male, not in the best of moods at the moment. If you keep them in captivity, you've got to accept certain amount of neurotic behavior. Training, not captivity, please. Whatever. Maya Lundberg, our head of behavioral modification. Meet Mr. Harris.
This gets Maya's attention, so she tries to check Nick out.
The trespasser? We all followed your progress on the island, sort of like an episode of Survivor.
Nick steps up to the window and looks in at the raging beast.
So this is what, like a mid-sized Tyrannosaurus? Deinonychus, terrible claw in Latin.
Deinonychus.
Deinonychus, terrible claw in Latin. Rejoin Sherman. Deinonychus draxi. It's a subspecies.
I think it's Drax I, but I don't know.
Draxi.
Sherman checks the timer, looks at the panel instruments.
Wow, look at that adrenaline. Maya concerned and annoyed. Would you shut him down? He's going to hurt himself. X1 is too cagey to hurt himself, no matter how much we pump him up.
Sherman steps up to a radio transmitter, pushes the timer, turns the dial.
Call out when the regulator formation goes blue.
Maya is watching brain scan image, which is rapidly changing from red to cooler colors. The Deinonychus begins to stagger a bit, appears confused.
Look at that. And I'm only restricting acetylcholine.
Acetylcholine, I guess.
I'm only restricting that particular hormone. Don't make him fall over again. His ribs. Come on, baby. Nice soft landing.
The Deinonychus lowers itself into a crouch, partly supporting itself with its shorter front legs, breathing heavily and staring somewhat glassily into space. Nick is amazed.
We've placed a few strategic implants to let us control its hormones by radio signal. What the flippity doodah?
What?
What? This brings me back to season. What's it? Is it 3 or 4?
5.
Of is it season 5 of Camp Cretaceous?
Yeah.
Yeah, this harkens back to season 5 of Camp Cretaceous.
Yeah, but this was an early concept of what would become the Raptor Squad in Jurassic World. Kind of. Want me to continue the dialogue?
Yeah, please, because I gotta step back from this for a minute going, the fuck?
not hormones, neuropeptides. Maya, right now it's experiencing something like acute chronic fatigue syndrome. Before you came in, the parts of its gray matter controlling rage and aggressive behavior were stimulated. Joyce, remember the cockfights in Honduras? When the rooster gets mad, blood flows into its comb, responding to the adrenaline. But if the handler put the comb in his mouth and sucked blood into it, the rooster got mad before he even saw his opponent. Fortunately for us, reptiles have a very compartmentalized brain, just like chickens. We don't get much spillover when we want to induce specific emotions. For what purpose? Maya and Sherman looked at Joyce. It's not their place to give out this information. Let's leave that for tomorrow. You must be exhausted. You'll travel all the way from the Jurassic era to the 21st century. Technically, it's Jurassic period, Joyce. Maya steps forward and takes his hand. Mr. Harris, I look forward to working with you. Joyce takes a last look at the pacified X1. Nick surreptitiously. What's the word?
Surreptitiously.
Thank you. Glances down at his hand. Maya has palmed the torn corner on her behavior chart into it, on which she has written, "Do not give them the embryos." Oh.
Oh. So we have
We have a
sympathetic,
saboteur.
or someone who's sympathetic to the don't turn them into frickin'
You know,
yeah.
you kind of wonder what he's thinking, don't you? Off screen.
Yeah.
That's what Joyce says. Nick and Maya exchange a quick look, then Nick turns to look at the dinosaur. X1 ceased to focus for a moment, meeting his eye. He's wondering which one of us he should eat first. Fade to black. Exterior
Ooh.
mountain pass. A Land Rover with open observation port cut in the roof glides over a spectacular mountain pass. Interior Land Rover. Nick and Joyce sit on the bench seat in the rear as Kroner, Joyce's unctuous aide de camp, drives.
We have our own. Oh, okay. I was going to go back to reading the dialogue.
I'd like to read dialogue for a bit.
Okay.
We have our own valley to work in. Being principal employer in the canton affords its own protection. The Swiss, as the world knows, are quite capable of keeping a secret. Is that
they
true?
roll past. Yeah. Swiss are neutral. They roll past. I was gonna. If you're gonna read the dialogue, I'll read the in between.
Oh yeah, sure. Why not?
They roll past a security checkpoint waved through by the guard.
The West Road, Kroner. Absolutely, Colonel. Colonel shrugs. Something the boys in Africa used to call me.
Joyce stands to look out from the port, Nick following. Exterior Mountain Valley Training Facility. Several bunker-like buildings and large caged enclosures are clustered in the bowl of the little valley. They pull up beside a long cement chute with a steel mesh roof that extends out of the side of the mountain. Sherman and Maya are waiting in a cutaway Humvee with a dashboard filled with the kinds of monitors and controls we saw in the underground observation room. Around them in the various pursuit vehicles are the training staff, a dozen hard-looking mercenaries with an array of long-handled electric prods, wicked-looking restraints, and heavy-duty weapons.
Joyce calls over. Has the objective been set up? Sure, we're ready to trip. Let's bring him out then.
Nick realized what's going on.
Whoa now, we're not going to let... I assure you they're totally under control.
A Deinonychus... That is... Yeah, Deinonychus.
Deinonychus.
Deinonychus. And then another trot out through the chute and stand in the open, standing several yards away from the humans, watching them warily. Both have regulators on the side of their heads. We can tell by the spray paint on their sides that this is X2 and X3. Orestes and Perseus.
See, there are more of those dino? Necus Draxi. They already possess the super sensitive smell and hearing, the power, the back hunting instance we desired. Then Sherman got busy splicing genes. Sherman is impressed with himself. A section of DNA from the egg-stealing raptor lestes to lengthen the foreleg and give them more dexterity with the fingers. Also, they're kind of hybrid.
Mm-hmm.
To lengthen the forelegs and give them more dexterity with the fingers. A section from the domestic dog that seems to foster obedience and receptivity to training. And a small section of human DNA that we hope will increase their problem-solving ability. Oh shit, they got human!
Whoa! Whoa, they spliced in human. Dude. Okay, this went from kinda off the rails to way the fuck off the rails.
You see what I meant by this is kind of crazy. It's crazy stripped. Wait
Yeah,
till
this
we get
went
to the
from-
parachutes.
Oh my god. Okay. Continue.
If you don't get a leash on those things, we're going to have a major problem to solve. Joyce smiles. Maya, let's give Mr. Harris a demonstration.
Maya stands in the Humvee, calls out in a commanding voice.
Raptors!
The beasts respond, turning to watch her intently. She signals with her arms, pointing down the dirt road that leads ahead to a stand of trees.
Forward!
X2 and X3 begin to trot down the road. Kroner pulls out to follow them. The whole menagerie of vehicles join in. Maya's control Humvee just behind the Land Rover.
If you don't mind, I'm gonna take a break to go to the bathroom, okay?
Okay, cool.
Alright, we'll be right back, folks. Alright, I'm back. I'm back.
Retain this car.
What was that?
Oh, that was me watching some Instagram. Yeah, those.
Okay.
Okay.
You can continue reading.
Okay. Well, I figured we'd come back. You'd come back first.
Yeah, I am back.
Oh, there we go. Welcome back. All right. Joyce hands Nick a thick armband about the size of a blood pressure cuff, like the ones he and all the other staff are wearing. Oh dear.
Put this on. It releases pheromones the raptors have been trained to avoid.
Nick slips the armband on.
It doesn't smell like anything. To damn, it does.
Nick watches as the beast trotting ahead.
They look different.
The raptors have in fact changed color since they first came out of the chute, from grayish to a molted green brown that matches the countryside around them.
They're regular. They're regular chameleons. Put put them in front of a brick wall, and you'd swear we can see the mortar. So we're taking them for a stroll. We're in convoy, moving through enemy territory.
Nick gives him a look.
I think you've let this colonel thing get to your head.
Joyce just smiles as they enter the trees, the road narrowing somewhat. The Deinonychus slow down up ahead. They stop. A left. Alert. Closer raptors. Quick shouts of the raptors, nostrils sniffing, eyes darting. Nick, Joyce. Nick looks around them into the trees.
What's out there? They'll know before we do.
X1 and 2. The raptors suddenly dart away into the trees to the left, shrieking with aggression. Automatic gunfire opens up from the position they're running at. An ambush emplacement dug beneath the huge fallen log. Nick. Nick ducks instinctively, but Joyce remains standing.
Don't worry, it's blank ammunition. Have to get them used to the noise.
Raptors. Ambush bunker. The raptors hit the bunker on the dead run. They lead, one leaping and landing on the log above the firing position with both legs. The second charging straight in and thrusting into the opening with its terrible claw. The two rapidly demolish the position, soft dirt and chunks of bark, wooden moss flying every direction until they have unearthed a rectangular iron protective cage containing two terrified mercenaries who have dropped their weapons and scream for help as the massive creatures roll the whole thing over and over, jabbing with their sickle claw and stomping the bars out of shape. Yeah. Staff. The other mercenaries have dismounted and moved forward nervously with their various weapons and gear.
Shut them down, Sherman.
Sherman is worried, watching his instrument panel.
They're on full restraint already. Your turn.
Yeah, well, I'll be right back. Give me just a moment.
What's going on? I guess I'll continue reading. Nick leaps out of the Land Rover, grabs the nastiest weapon he sees, something like an RPG launcher from a mercenary aims. Joyce, grab him! Mercenaries dive on Nick, wresting the grenade launcher from him and pinning on the ground. The raptors are subdued as well, breathing heavily but sitting back on their haunches on either side of the battered protective cage. The men inside are equally battered but alive. Maya walks out to within a few yards of them, hands held before her. Easy, easy. Nick watches from the ground, amazed at her courage or stupidity. Maya turns and calls to Sherman in the control vehicle. Give them a blast of serotonin as a reward. Sherman twists a dial, the raptor's eyes half closed with bliss. Alright, just so get up and go. Sherman tweaks a different dial. Maya points back towards the chute. Raptors! Home! Amazingly, the two monsters right themselves and totally ignoring the cage begin to move back toward the road and the chute. Joyce, let him up. The mercenaries warily let Nick go. He sits up, watches the Deinonychus pass. You almost got those men killed. Joyce, on the contrary, we were just saved from a deadly ambush by our advent scouts. The mercenaries remount their vehicles and begin to follow the Deinonychus back with a pair of medics while a pair of medics hurry to the cage. Why should some poor grunt have to walk through enemy territory if we've got these creatures to do it? When Cortez conquered Mexico, he unleashed ferocious dogs on terrified Aztecs, who were fighting with arrows and spears with real bullets. Excuse me. In a combat situation, they'll be fully armored. Just think of the psychological effect. Talk about your shock and awe. Nick fully realizing you want to use them as soldiers. Joyce, proud. Shock troops, SWAT team, riot control, search and destroy. The ultimate in special forces. Maya hops on the Audvi, not happy. Maya Sherman, what took it so long? I'm not sure, they were overexcited. Maya, the fact is you don't know. They pull away. Nick walks over toward the cage. The medics have had no luck getting a twisted entry lid to open. Medic to Joyce, we're going to have to torch this to get it open. Joyce, we'll set somebody out. He watches Nick, who is still a bit shaken. You've been the first man in on some. You're first man in on some of these operations, Nick. You know the casualty rate. You can't control them. Joyce shrugs. Maya has taken them a long way, but she's not a professional soldier. Nick turns to look at him. This is the pitch. I know your history, Nick. You've always done what you were told. Extremely well. And never asked too many questions. You've been used and abused and don't have much to show for it. And is it time you got paid for what you're worth? Alright, we're gonna pause this a second. I don't know what's going on with my reading partner.
Hi.
Well, never mind, we're back. Never mind, we're back. I've read a bit along.
That's fine. I mean, I'm probably going to be a few more minutes because we're going to contact the office.
Okay, well, take your time.
Okay.
I got it handled.
Okay. But I'll
let you know what happened.
Okay, thank you.
A smaller Deinonychus X5, Achilles, wearing a kind of harness around its body, paces in an outdoor enclosure about the size of the lion's tamer's cage at the circus. A hunk of the size of the lion tamer's cage. A hunk of beef is hung just outside the bars. X5 approaches warily. Zzzt. It receives an enormous electrical jolt administered by Sayles, a rather sadistic mercenary at the console just beyond the bars. We have learned a lesson, maybe. The Humvee pulls up and Maya charges out of it. Sayles, what are you doing? It continues to get whatever it pleases. It needs to learn. The only thing it could learn from this is that you're a nitwit, and it's probably already knows that, and the harness. Neural implant induces nausea, not pain. This is behavior modification, Zace, not torture. Joyce and Nick have returned as well. Cora is standing at something like attention behind them. Maya crosses through a narrow door. Unlock. He's very upset. At you. Unlock. Zace hits the switch and we hear a bolt shoot open. X5 hears it too, snapping it to attention. Nick watches as Maya slides open a narrow door, squeezes in Chang. Zace hits the switch and the door closes behind her. X5 stands across the cage for her, wary. Maya doesn't move from next to the door for a moment, watching the beast stay. She slowly closes to the beast, never losing eye contact. Easy. Easy. She is right next to X5 now, holding its eyes as she deftly unclips the harness and pulls it off. Good boy. That's good water. She turns her back on the monster, slowly walks to the door, then the door shuts open, she squeezes out Chang. The door shuts behind her. She turns to Joyce, still angry. Each time I start to make some progress with this animal, one of your thugs sets it back 2 weeks. We have a timetable to be aware of. While you try to push it back, she strides away. Joyce indicates X5 to Nick. A relatively new recruit. You know the type. Lots of attitude, a bit wild. How many of these things do you have? Sherman, unfortunately, the genetic engineering involved in their creation renders them sterile. If we're going to expand and have a breeding program, Joyce, we need the embryos that you stole from us. I'm not so sure that's a good idea. What if you take them out for a spin and one decides to go AWOL? Okay. Even if the neural implant malfunctioned, they wouldn't get far. Their bodies are capable of creating insulin, but lack the stimulant that causes it to be secreted. Only we can perform this function. Without this, they can last only an hour, maybe less. Nick, no, it's the words, man. The patrol went on this morning. She didn't train them to do that, did she? Sherman looks away. There was a South African gentleman named DeVroot, wonderful storyteller, seemed to be getting on very well with his trainees. Nick, and what happened to him? Hesitant, that's not totally clear. That's what Joyce says. Sure, we found one of his shoes. Joyce slaps Nick on the back, winks. Big risks, big pay, my friend. Dare to be great. Interior castle dining hall. A long wooden table, tape stripes on the wall. There should be 10 cars of ale and serving wenches, but instead it's Snake, Maya, Sherman, and Joyce. Sitting down for dinner with Baron Herman von Drax, a very self-satisfied character who has spent a lifetime getting whatever he wants. Courage, intelligence, the so-called killer instinct. These are qualities I have always looked for in my employees, but it is the rare to find them all in the same individual. So I think, why not give nature a helping hand? Sherman, frowning. The human DNA we used in the Deinonychus came from Baron von Drax. Oh, hell no! Nick looks Von Drax over. Now you mention it, I can see the resemblance. Maya hides a smile, but Baron is not distracted. We created a warrior from only the finest ingredients. Can combine behavioral attributes like you're making a cake. Sherman, at the moment we can narrow them down to a certain section of the chain. It is possible that other, less desirable traits might hitchhike, so to speak, and end up as part of their organism. What this makes gives you something greater than its parts. They are full of hybrid vigor, like the Swiss. But the Swiss aren't sterile. Von Drax shoots Nick the hard, appraising look, then bursts out laughing. I am the 23rd Baron Von Drax, Mr. Harris. I assure you that we are not. Nick sits back. In the Second World War, there was a program to train sea lions to place magnetic mines on on enemy ship. Tireless swimmers able to stay under without oxygen tanks. Sherman, did they blow anything up? Nick, mostly fishing boats. They couldn't pass up a meal. Alright, we're training our animals not to eat what they kill. That's been the most difficult instinct to modify so far. So, he looks to Joyce. The embryos are underway, huh? Mr. Harris is still considering our offer. Von Drax looks stricken, slightly threatening. Consider it as quickly as you can, Mr. Harris. Patience is not part of my genetic heritage. Interior tower room, night. Nick sits up on the edge of his bed watching a phony-looking war movie. He clicks it off, crosses the door, tries it. Not locked. Interior stairway. Nick comes down the spiral staircase of the tower, noting several surveillance cameras as he goes. Exterior castle night. Nick steps out into the torchlit parapet of the castle. He sees Maya sitting brooding on the base of an ancient catapult. He approaches, taps the catapult. Should send you over the moat with us if you like. Maya looks up, smiles. I might take you up on that. That's not the Grendel International spirit I'm hearing. Maya shoots a look down into the courtyard. Kroner stands, leaning against the wall, pretending he's just out for a smoke, monitoring the conversation. Nick sees him, understands. Maya rises and they begin to stroll around the parapet. Had a few setbacks today. So how does one get to be a dinosaur trainer? Maya shrugs. Oh, I got my doctorate in behavioral sciences. Did some field work with wolves in the north of Canada till the grant money started drying up. Then, well, there aren't that many practical applications, so I took a job with the circus. The circus. In the ring with the whip and chair, pushing the big cats through their routines. There was a certain trapeze artist I wanted to get away from, so when I was approached for this job, you knew what you were getting into? For my 15th birthday, my father promises to take me to opening day at Jurassic Park. I still got the ticket. When I heard I'd be working with animals that used to be extinct, well, I didn't ask too many questions about what they were going to be trying to do. In the cave this morning, how did you know that thing wouldn't go for you? Maya stops and then looks out over the town down the mountain, only a few lights along. I gotta take a sip. When a wolf pack works a herd of elk, they'll single out the weakest, an orphan juvenile, an older adult on its ass legs, and look it straight in the eye. Interior security room monitor Joyce and Von Drax. Joyce and Von Drax stand watching and listening to Nick and Maya, who are being tracked by surveillance camera. Maya, video. There's a conversation of death that goes on between them, hunter and prey, almost an understanding. I've seen the rest of the herd continue to graze peacefully while one of their number is set upon and killed. Joyce turns to reassure the Baron. I wouldn't worry too much about Nick. He'll come around. Stereo parapet. Nick watches Maya's face, animated in the torchlight. 20 yards away, there's this grisly murder, and they keep chewing grass because they know it's not their turn. So you just looked it in the eye and you could tell. Joyce arriving. She's a bit of a hypnotist, Maya. Joyce steps out from the base of the security tower. But she doesn't really approve of our goals here. Wild animals should not... First of all, they're not wild. They're bioengineered. We created them. Like any other weaponized organism, their effectiveness depends on the skill of those who deploy them. Excuse me. He turns to Nick. Like a good soldier, eh, Nick? Good soldiers care what side they're on. Oh, we're on the side of the angels here. He pulls out a photograph and hands it to Nick. POV photograph. The photo, a little girl of about 10 sits on the pony, smiling at the camera. Who's this? Parapet. Joyce looks smug, having played this trump card. She's the little girl whose life we're going to save. Interior strategy room, wall screen. On the large wall screen is a blow up of an aerial photo of a section of a port city. Joyce off screen. This section of the docks in Tangier has mostly been abandoned. A ground level photo of dilapidated shacks and warehouses appear on the screen. Our sources inform us that Isabelle Chartiers is being held somewhere in the corridor. Wider Nick sits with Joyce as he clicks the next image on the screen. Her father is Bertrand Chartier, chairman of the Duhamel Group, which maintains substantial financial holdings in many of France's former colonies. Okay, so they're French. A well-dressed businessman, Chartier, appears on the screen. Two of his employees have already been kidnapped. The first, a minor functionary, was killed during protracted negotiations, with the second, as a junior vice president, the company paid the ransom immediately, with the same result. A photo of French police carrying a loaded body bag out of a tenement building appears. And the kidnappers? They seem to be motivated by a personal grudge against Monsieur. Hello, I would like to join the chatting, but my headset would pick up the what? Hold on.
Oh, the ever going alarm. What happened? Okay, so what happened? Well, what happened is there is a gate right outside of our apartment. It's the exit gate to the actual apartment complex. Somebody ran into it and knocked it off its track. They managed to get it back on track, but every time somebody tries to go out the gate, the alarm goes off because it's stuck closed.
Ah, okay. But yeah, I couldn't read it because there's a little heart emoji covering it.
Yeah. It says hello, I would like thank
Yeah,
you,
I've read it.
Lorana. E.
Which is fine.
It's all good. So what did I miss?
So essentially, you know the Baron von Drax?
Yes.
The human DNA inside the Deinonychus are inside are from
Or
him.
is are from him?
Yeah,
That's
so far
not
this feels like it's like
really.
a Jurassic movie and a movie a part of a different franchise.
Yeah, exactly. What the hell?
So I understand why Spielberg didn't go with this.
Yeah, because this went, like I said, it went off the fucking rails.
Oh, it goes wilder, trust me.
It goes wild. Oh god.
You haven't seen the parachutes, yes? They seem to be motivated by a personal grudge against Monsieur Chartier as much as by the lure of ransom money. Oh, that's right. There's a little French girl being kidnapped.
Of course, there's a little girl being kidnapped. Hi, kitty.
As much as by the
Why are
lure
you
of ransom
calling at
money.
me?
They call themselves the North African Liberation Front, but the little we know of them suggests that their motives are more criminal than political.
Baron von Trapp, have we stepped into the sound of music?
Baron von Drax.
Drax. Drax.
Yeah.
Drax.
Joyce
Yeah, how do
hits... What did you say?
well, I was gonna say it's the part of how to say I'm the villain without actually saying I'm the villain.
Are we sure she's still alive? Joyce hits the clicker again. A shaky video appears on the screen. Several black hooded kidnappers move in the foreground. In background of a smallish room as little Isabel faces the leads, sitting at a central table. Oh, I can read this! I can read this perfectly! It's in French! Let's go! For the people watching at home, I am French Canadian, so. Papa, maman, j'étais en bonne santé, mais je veux. Mais vous me manquez beaucoup. Ces gens ici me pouvaient et il faut que payer à eux tout ce qu'ils demandent.
Something about mom and dad.
She says she's scared and wants to go home, Joyce says.
Mm.
So essentially, she says she's in good health, but she was in good health, but she misses them. And she asks her parents to pay what they ask for.
Yeah.
They cross to a model of the waterfront quarter laid out on the table. They arrived yesterday. They've given Chartier a week to deliver 2 million euros. A week is all we've got. We can only hope they'll keep her alive at least till the ransom exchange. I could take half a dozen good men and what? Knock on doors? The quarter is half mile away, a half mile square. Our dynamic has given a few personal articles. We'll sniff the girl out within minutes. So one of them find her. So let one of them find her, and we'll come in with guns blazing. You notice in the videos they always have her in the center to shoot at them. You put her in the middle of a firefight. But if the only shooting, should there be any, comes from them? And what if your dinosaur busts in, and one of the kidnappers keeps his head long enough to turn a gun on her? Then she will be spared with very graphic sight of what happens next.
Ooh.
You're kind of a dick. We actually knew that already.
Yeah. Nick stands before the 5Xs, who are lined up outside the chute, staring at him. Sherman, portable radio controller in hand, and Maya stand behind him. Behind them, Joyce, Zeiss, Zeiss,
Zeus, I say
and
Zeus.
Zeiss, and a dozen of Von Drax's mercenaries, armed and wary. Everybody is wearing one of the pheromone armbands. Nick is in drill sergeant mode now, standing at parade rest and calling out.
Any soldier worth his pay has a name to answer to, not a number. Even the most sniveling little lapdog answers to its name. Zeus! Zeus instantly, sir. See what I mean?
Ooh. Oh, Nick walks slowly along the line of X's from highest to lowest.
Achilles! Hector! Perseus! Orestes!
He pauses in front of X1, the biggest and most uneasy looking of the group considers.
Spartacus.
He turns to address the humans.
You will learn these names, and from this moment forward will not fail to refer to and address the warriors by them. Only 3 members of the team will be chosen for the mission at hand, but all will be trained for it. He looks specifically at Maya.
Sorry. He looks specifically at Maya.
From now on, and this is very important, all military directives will be given by me, and by me only. Is that understood?
Interior laboratory chamber, raptor enclosure. Very low light level. Spartacus slowly moves across the room towards a table with a soccer ball, a boombox radio, and a roast pig on a platter lined up on it.
So what I'm seeing is basically Nick was the blueprint for Owen.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
that's what I'm thinking. Yeah. Platter line observation room. Nick, Maya, Sherman, and behind them, Joyce watch a night vision version of Spartacus movement on the monitor.
Okay, give him the works.
Sherman flips the switch and enclosure. Blam! Pop! 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 At sounds of gunfire and flashes all sides of Spartacus. He roars, then hurries to the table and sniffs each item, settling on the boombox, which is he deftly lifts up in one clawed hand and moves back to the other side of the enclosure. Observation room. Nick clicks a stopwatch.
Stimulus off.
Sherman hits a switch and the fireworks stop. The lights turn on in the enclosure. Spartacus turns to glare at Nick. Nick nods back to him. Ooh, clicks on the speaker. Into the speaker.
Excellent work, Spartacus. To Sherman. Shoot him some love, Sherman. They put in serotonin and shit.
Yeah. Sherman turns on a dial.
You're doing it, overdoing it with the serotonin. Tomorrow we'll reward and punish with insulin. Remind them that we control their vital functions. We're making them into a bunch of drug addicts. Someday a pat on the back and a good boy might be enough to motivate them. He stares back into. I don't
He
think we're
stares
there
back.
yet.
Yeah, he stares back at the defiant Spartacus.
I don't think we're
Yeah,
there
I don't
yet.
think. Exterior valley, military music as we follow the raptors over and through a kind of obstacle course. They balance as they cross a single log bridge, climb a mock up of 2-story tenement wall with a fire escape, jump down, pick up speed to hurdle a trench full of fire, and finally slow to a cautious walk, sniffing at the ground as they go. We pan to Nick, Joyce, and Maya watching, all them wearing helmets with safety visors, standing behind a protective wall.
Joyce. Von Drax is not going to be happy if one of his investments gets blown apart here. Nick, if they can't sniff out the mine 6 inches under the dirt, their aggressiveness becomes a liability. Look at this.
We shift to see the raptors. The others are holding back, watching as Achilles sniffs his way through the minefield, occasionally pressing his tail against the ground.
There's a scent gland under his tail. That's what Maya says. Nick, he's making a trail for the others. Did you teach them that? I wish I had. Saves time. Only risk one member of the team. My insightful behavior.
They watch as Achilles gets to the other side of the minefield, calls back to the others with a clicking noise. The other four wind their way single file along the exact route Achilles took.
Makes you wonder what else they've been cooking up.
Spartacus at the rear shoots a look at Nick. Hmm. Hmm.
Huh.
Hmm. Maya's exterior training enclosure another day. Maya stands at the center of the cage where she took the harness off of Achilles. She is surrounded by the raptor standing at attention. She has an armful of little girls' clothes. Sherman and Nick stand outside the enclosure with Zeus and a few other mercenaries.
Sherman, which when each one sniffs her clothing, I'll give him a jolt. I want them to protect her, not to be afraid of her. What then? Sherman says. Oxytocin to the forebrain. Sherman, they're not going to labor. In males, it reduces infanticide, promotes parenting behavior and long-term pair bonding. The daddy drug. Didn't know there was one. What the fuck is that dialogue? Sherman, I'm going this under protest. I'm doing
He
this.
he dials in the oxytocin as Miles offers the clothes for each raptor to sniff.
You should repeat this every day till the mission. That smell is all they'll have to track her down.
Exterior valley. Practice buildings another day. 4 practice buildings, shells that haven't been rigged up to resemble what we've seen in the waterfront quarter, stand not too far from the chute. 3 of the raptors, Spartacus, Perseus, and Orestes, trot out of the chute, each now wearing something like a flak vest strapped around their bodies. They cluster together. Observation blind. Nick, Joyce, Maya, and Sherman are in a dugout observation blind nearby, watching the raptors directly on the video monitors.
The body armor doesn't seem to bother them. They're used to harness. It's fairly lightweight. My points
Maya
to meter.
points
Oh, sorry.
Maya points to a meter.
They're talking it over.
CU meter. An oscilloscope like readout is hopping all over the place.
My off
Ultras.
screen. Ultrasounds.
Raptors. The three raptors have spread out as they approach the buildings, throats working but no sound we can hear coming out.
Way out of range.
Spartacus. Spartacus lifts his snout, catching the scent. He makes a deep. Whoa, 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 you lost my place.
Oh, sorry.
He makes a deep grunt and the others join him, looking at the smallest shed made out of corrugated metal. They split up, each taking a different spot to surround the shed. Observers.
That's it, fellas. Triangulate.
Spartacus raptors. Spartacus opens his jaws to make another ultrasound, and the three charge in unison. Wham! Orestes heads putt through the front doors. Smash! Perseus hops feet first through the side window. Crunch! Spartacus hits the opposite side, punching his forearms through the corrugated metal and ripping a huge section of the wall away. Pat, 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 pat. Slam, bam. Test dummies dressed like the kidnappers and holding weapons are triggered to open up, firing loud bursts of blank ammo. The raptors rip into the dummies, weapons and body parts flying, dispatching the quartet of them in seconds. They turn on the last dummy. Orestes is about to take a bite, then freezing. It's the dummy of a small girl, dressed like
Can we
Isabel.
pause for a sec?
Sure.
It's just a comment I have to make. Honestly, this is ass for a Jurassic movie, but would be hella cool for a video game.
Yeah, that's what I've been thinking. It's like this is ass for this would not make a good movie. It would make one hell of a video game though.
But just not set in Jurassic franchise. You just change everything, and yeah,
Mhm.
just the setup of like, um, a dinosaur army.
Yeah. Somebody wanting to start some dinosaur army.
Yeah, go on, go on.
You know, it's a dummy of a small girl dressed like Isabel
Chartier.
Short Chartier in the video. Orestes sniffs, knocking the dummy over on its side. Spartacus grunts and Orestes moves away. The Alpha Raptor steps in, sniffs, then gently takes the dummy in its claws and rights it. Oh, that's interesting. Observation blind. Joyce is ecstatic.
That was spectacular, even with the kidnappers loaded up on full alert. Nick, less impressed. 10 walls, no corridors to go down. Joyce, they're ready. Sure, they're ready to take on an army of dummies, flesh and blood kidnappers, though. Ready or not, the payoff is scheduled for Thursday. We got tomorrow. We go tomorrow.
Joyce climbs out of the bunker. Nick is not pleased with the hurry ups. With the hurry up.
Nick, to Sherman. Blast them with Bless, Sherman. And feed them when they get back inside.
Interior cavern laboratory night. Not much happening in the lab tonight. A maintenance man runs a floor buffer. Interior raptor enclosure. Lights half dim. The raptors move slowly, uneasy. Interior observation room. Nick sits alone watching his warriors.
Mario, off screen. You be careful tomorrow.
Nick looks up to see Maya joining him.
I'm not the one they'll be shooting at. It's not the kidnappers you have to worry about. No, it's the worst raptors. When it goes down, just make sure you're somewhere safe. I've seen you walk right up to them. When I was in the ring with the big cats, I learned never to think they were my friends. You can't turn your back, and well, they can't help themselves. What if one went for you when you were looking it straight in the eye? If you let them have the DNA, they'll probably let you go. Nick shakes his head. Not here. I was held in the desert for 14 months. No war had been declared, so we were just. If we'd have disappeared, nobody would have made a fuss. She must be so scared.
Maya smiles sadly, gives him a kiss on the cheek.
Good luck tomorrow.
She exits. Nick goes back to contemplating the raptors. Fade to black. Exterior dockside, Tangier night. A big truck pulls up at the edge of the decaying Tangier waterfront. A battered at. Whoop! You did it again.
I was trying to go down just a little up.
Yeah.
Yeah, this thing is out of whack.
Okay. Blah, 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 blah.
Or
Decaying
like
Tangier water.
SUV.
Yeah. Gliding at the top next to it. The tailgate of the truck swings down hydraulically, becoming a ramp. Spartacus, Perseus, and Orestes step down the ramp. They are rigged up with protective armor with the addition of a small night vision video camera on each, mounted on the shoulder. SUV Nick. The interior of the SUV is totally different than its outside. Very high tech, with 3 monitors being fed by each of the Raptors, letting us know what they see. Nick is wearing a pheromone armband and a speaker set on his head, leaving his hands free.
Squadron, hold. Camouflage. Yeah, they could camo.
Yeah. Perseus. Perseus pauses by an ancient 2-story warehouse. A faded sign indicates that it has something to do with olive oil. Perseus sniffs, then lifts his head and opens his jaw wide, calling ultrasonically. Spartacus then Orestes appear to join him. They put their heads together, facing the building. SUV Nick. Nick gets a good look at the building from the Raptor's cameras. Checks on his locator grid.
Into radio. Looks like we've got something Sector 12. Building 362.
He brings the SUV to a stop, unhooks his seatbelt, and lifts his short barreled automatic weapon from the seat beside him.
Muttering to himself, let's just hope it's not a meat packing plant.
Warehouse. Perseus stays by the front entrance as Orestes moves around back to the loading dock, and Spartacus painstakingly climbs the fire escape that leads to the second floor window. Interior warehouse. Uh, we are inside the warehouse on the ground floor, rows of barrels full of olive oil taking up much of the space. We move past them to see a trio of kidnappers asleep on cots, weapons within arm's reach. Four more kidnappers sit at a small table under a harsh light playing cards. Why are they always playing cards? Their weapons propped against their chair legs or lying on the table. We continue past these men to set of iron stairs, craning up to see the second floor loft. We push through an open door into the old office. 2 more kidnappers, so there's a total of 3 asleep, 4 playing cards. So that's 7, 8, 9. So 9
Yeah,
kidnappers.
let me check how long. Yeah, that's. I'm not gonna stop here though. I really want to finish this.
Okay. 2 more kidnappers sleep on a mattress on the floor while a third. Okay, so total of 10 kidnappers so far. Window, feet up on an ancient desk, Uzi on his lap, yawning and nodding off. In the middle of the room, curled up in a big upholstered easy chair with stuffing coming out of the arms, is Isabelle Chartier. Exterior street, night. Nick is out of the SUV now, ready to roll, looking in through the window at the grid locator. Locator screen. The Raptors, represented by 3 blinking red dots, have surrounded the building. Nick, tense, speaks low into his headset.
All together, boys. You've got to enter. Your go to enter.
You're good. Exit exterior warehouse. Fire escape ladder. Spartacus. We watch the claws of Spartacus' foot grip the next rung up. He shifts his weight ever so slightly, the fire escape metal creaking just a bit. One more step, he's up on the platform looking into the window. Interior office. The kidnapper at the desk is nearly asleep, his back to the window as a massive head appears behind him, peering in. Exterior fire escape. Spider, spider. Spartacus calls in
Ultrasound.
ultrasound, then interior warehouse office. Smash. Spartacus thrusts his head through the window, roars, and grabs the dozing kidnapper in his jaws, the man screaming as he is lifted and shaken. Ground floor. Wham! Perseus batters his way through the front entrance door, sprawling off balance, knocking into the barrels and sending them crashing to and rolling on the floor. Crash rip. Orestes begins to tear apart the metal loading dock door in the rear. The kidnappers at the table grab for the weapons, but bam! Perseus charges through them, splintering the table with a mighty blow and sending the men flying.
Let me know when if you ever want to switch roles, and you'll do the voices.
Uh,
Or,
Interior command
or
warehouse.
are
Well,
you
I was gonna
okay like
say
this?
I'm okay like this. Interior command warehouse. Mercenaries grab weapons and run out.
Go,
Joyce.
go.
As they run out, we tilt down to a monitor. We see a terrified kidnapper firing his weapon towards the camera. Interior olive oil warehouse office. Spartacus has smashed his way through the window. The two men on the mattress awake now and bat 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 firing at him. Isabel. Isabel is sitting up, confused and terrified. She ducks as the Deinonychus foot clamps onto the arm of the chair, Spartacus using it as a springboard to leap across the room onto the kidnappers. Isabel throws her blanket over her head and curls into a fetal position. We hear thrashing and screaming. Ground floor. More gunfire. The kidnappers scatter, firing their weapons, tripping over barrels and upended furniture, sliding on the olive oil slicked floor. But both Orestes and Perseus are now in the full attack mode, leaping, sliding, stabbing with their sickle claws, grabbing men in their jaws and hurling them across the room. Two of the kidnappers duck out the front entrance. One kidnapper tries to run up the iron stairs to the office. He gets halfway when chomp. Orestes nails him from behind. Exterior street night. Nick is hurrying down the street towards the warehouse. The two escaped kidnappers come rushing around the corner, see him. Bap, 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 bap. They open up with their Uzis. Why is it always Uzis? Nick diving for cover behind a burnt out hulk of tireless. Ooh, excuse me. Tireless abandoned car. Round smash into the wreck, tearing chunks of metal off around Nick's head. Not the greatest cover. We shoot from profile as the kidnappers walk toward Nick, firing as they come. We change angle. We're 50 yards behind them, coming fast. Wham! Perseus flattens one of the men, running over him from behind, then wheels and jumps on the other, tearing at him. Dick jumps and runs past the raptor to the warehouse. Interior warehouse ground floor. Scroll.
Yeah.
Nick, Nick enters through the front entrance. We follow him as he steps over smashed barrels, busted furniture, discarded weapons, dead bodies, and spreading puddles of olive oil. Huh. He pauses at the front foot of the iron stairs, listens, quiet. He calls up.
It's me. I'm coming up.
He changes channels on his headset, speaks more softly.
I'm in the building. No resistance apartment. Apparent. Shut them down. Repeat, shut them down now.
He climbs the iron staircase, weapons at the ready, squeezing by kidnapper's body, hanging upside down. He reaches the top, steps into the office. Spartacus and Orestes face him. One side of Spartacus's head, a mess, blood dripping from it. Oh no. Spartacus stands with one foot resting on the overturned easy chair. They look wild eyed and not shut down at all, but don't attack. Nick takes a step forward. Spartacus hisses. Nick freezes, looks around at the devastation in the room. Blood on the walls, mattress torn to shreds, one body hanging half out of the window.
Where is she?
Spartacus growls.
You've done good work here. Outstanding. Where is the girl?
He sees the chair beneath the raptor's foot.
Back. Move back.
Spartacus hesitates, then slowly steps away from the chair, Nick not taking his eyes off Nick. Orestes is starting to nod as the radio-controlled neuropeptides do their work. Nick steps forward, lifts the chair away, a small figure under a blanket, not moving. Nick takes the edge of the blanket, lifts. Exterior warehouse street. Half a dozen vehicles screech to a halt in front of the warehouse. Mercenaries jumping out, fully armed.
Surround the warehouse. We don't know what's going to come out of there. Maya, hold your fire! She points.
She points. Nick steps out of the warehouse with Isabel in his arms, the little girl clutching at his neck and regarding the mercenaries with wide eyes as he carries her through them to Maya at the ambulance.
Okay, I'll read this in French. Sont réels les monstres que j'avais vus? Were those monsters I saw real? Non, non, c'est seulement un rêve. No, it's only a dream. Nick
hands Isabel off to the medics. Do you want to take the direction and I'll take the voices? Well, actually, after this one French part that I can't read anyway.
Yeah, let me just Google something because I'm trying to find a PNG of something for my thumbnail.
Okay.
I'm not finding anything.
But still, it's like you are correct. This is a better video game than it is a movie. Because I would so like to play The Boys. Or be able to play co-op, play with the boys. Or play the exes. Or, Achilles, Spartacus.
Oh, that's what you mean by the boys. I was like, the TV show?
No.
Ces gens tu portais à tes parents, c'est fini ton cauchemar. That phrase doesn't make any sense. If it was accurate French, ces gens vont te porter à tes parents, c'est fini ton cauchemar. These people will take you to your parents, your nightmares all over.
Joyce is ecstatic.
Let a scratch on her. How are the boys? Spartacus shut up pretty bad. There's a lot of cleaning up to do in there.
Joyce signals to Zeus.
Go on it.
The mercenaries hurry into the warehouse. Maya steps close to Nick.
You okay?
Nick grins. He is stoked from the action, the success of the rescue.
Never better. Want me to do the narration then?
Okay. Because it sounds like that there's going to be way more narration again.
Yep. Exterior castle night. Floodlights illuminate the courtyard of the castle as a helicopter lowers and settles onto the ground. Von Drax and his house staff are waiting and break into applause as Nick and the others step out of the chopper. Interior dining hall champagne bottle. Pop. The cork goes flying on, and champagne is dealt into glasses. Von Drax is at the head of the table, toasting Nick, Joyce, Maya, and Sherman.
Tonight, my friends, we've made history.
Well, he is
To our
Swiss, but I like the Russian accent.
Tonight, my friend. Well, this sounds more like Transylvanian, so I'll just go with it.
Tonight, we steal the moon!
Tonight, we steal the moon. Tonight, my friends, we have made history. To our victorious reptiles.
They raise their glass and drink.
The video was thrilling. I felt like I was in the room with them. Be thankful that you weren't. I think we are quite ready to show our capabilities to the world market. Market? There's another mission we've been planning, Nick, on a larger scale. In this time, several interested parties will be on hand to watch, including a representative from your country's special forces, Mr. Harris. We want we we want you on board, Nick.
Nick
Nick
considers a moment.
Do I have a choice? I watched you out there. You were in your element.
Maya watches Nick, still flushed with victory, worried.
It's in your blood.
Interior raptor enclosure. Hector and Achilles put their heads together with Orestes and Perseus exchanging chirping and clicking noise. War stories, I guess. Fade to black. Interior strategy room table model day. Look on a tabletop model of an extensive jungle fortress. Checkpoints, guardhouses, barracks, drug processing buildings, and a lavish Hacienda-style home.
Hacienda-style home. Of course, his name is Pepe Aguilar controls a large percentage of the heroin and cocaine still moving out of Latin America.
Room.
Room. He has a private army, his own fleet of cargo planes, and here at
Cuchibamba.
Cuchibamba. What a name. At Cuchibamba, a state-of-the-art processing plant.
Joyce and Nick regard the layout. Nick nods to the blow-ups of aerial photos mounted on the wall.
So bomb it off the map. Aguilar also keeps several dozen prisoners in the compound, kidnap members of prominent families, politicians from all of the major and minor parties, and most importantly, the president's favorite niece. He's way back in the jungle here. To make a surprise attack with the number of ground troops you'd need, it wouldn't be much of a surprise. It's a perfect scenario for our very unique services. Penetrate their defenses and eliminate Pepe Aguilar. Without hurting the hostages, this isn't a special ops mission. It's an invasion. I suspect we'll need the whole team this time.
Exterior Mountain Valley enclosure. Nick, Maya, Sherman, and mercenary team face a pair of spitters through the bars of the enclosure. Both have control implants on their heads.
These things are on the island. They seem to thrive underground. Hard to track them all down. Were they bioengineered?
Sherman flips down the plexiglass faceplate on his safety helmet. Takes 3 steps towards the enclosure.
Not to the extent the Nionicus are, but they are relatively controllable. Chlamydosaurus.
Chlamydosaurus pitori.
Meaning frilled lizards, and Spitori meaning one one of the. Oh, I was gonna let you read
that's
that.
That's me. One of the spitters raises its. Excuse me. Raises its spiny mantle and hawks a plug of sticky black mucus. Shunk! Through the air where it sticks flat to Sherman's faceplate.
Well, you get the idea. We've trained these spitters with the idea that there might be some tight spaces we need access to. From now on, they're Casper and Pollux.
Huh? Sherman wipes
Casper and
his
Pollux?
faceplate clean, looks at the spitters.
Which is which?
Exterior compound mock-up, another day. Various of the drug layer structures have been recreated in the Valley Trading Area. The control Humvee awaits by a guard tower checkpoint. Guard tower
That's
Joyce. Joyce, Zace, and another mercenary stand on top of the tower. Joyce watching the distance through binoculars. Interior Humvee, Nick Sherman, Maya, watch the monitors in the Humvee, blah 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 blah.
send them out.
Exterior Valley chute. Casper and Pollux emerge from the chute, followed by the 5 Deinonychus, all fitted with body armor and shoulder-mounted cameras. Interior Humvee, Nick speeds into his headset.
Squad forward to the objective. Maximum alert.
They watch the monitors as the animals head cautiously for the trees.
You'd think the big ones would just eat the little ones. We threw the Dilo knockoffs in with the big boys early on. They've got glands full of toxin with their toxins. They expect. They've got glands
Full of that toxin that they
toxin they
expectorate.
expectorate. The Deinonychus were sick for days. I bet the spitter wasn't too thrilled about it either.
Exterior woods. Casper and Pollux lead the squad. Slightly spread out through the woods, Casper suddenly stops, hissing his spiny mantle popping out. He is standing a few inches from a tripwire about 2 feet high that runs from tree to tree. Deinonychus carefully step over the wire as the spitters furiously dig, quickly burrowing under it. The Dilophosaurs didn't do this!
I know, right?
Interior Humvee. Humans watch on the Dino Cam monitors. Exterior woods. The squad has come to a spot where the trees thin out and we can see a metal fence ahead, 8 feet high with concertina wire on the top edge. They slow the bigger Deinonychus stepping into the forest. I don't know what happened.
Yeah.
Interior Humvee.
All right, direct entry this time. Flying wedge.
We see some rearranging of their position on monitors.
Go.
Monitors. One of the 2 monitors, we see the POV of the bear rushes toward the fence. Spartacus and Hector are spinning full tilt towards the fence as the others drop behind them. Wham! They lead in unison and hit the fence with both hind legs extended, flattening a 10-foot section, making a breach. The others pour through and all spread out into the mock-up compound. Exterior compound tower. Joyce brings his binoculars down.
Here they come.
One of the spitter's monitors, we see a somewhat camouflaged machine gun bunker ahead. The spitter dives in. Exterior/interior barracks. We follow as Orestes and Perseus bust into a long barracks building, tossing furniture and narco dummies as they hustle from one to the other. Okay, so it's a training mission.
Mm-hmm.
Achilles bursts into the courtyard where the guard tower and Humvee sit. Immediately, wham! Charging to butt his head against the base of the tower, knocking it off center. Humvee.
He's supposed to climb that, not knock it over. It's Achilles. Shut him down.
Tower, wham! Another charging headbutt, and the tower is at a 45-degree angle. Wood beginning to crack and give way.
Shut him off! Shut him off!
Achilles takes another running start, this time jumping on the side of the tower. His I'm okay.
Whoops. You're okay?
Yep. His weight bringing it down, crashing to the ground. The men roll out of the crow's nest, the mercenary coming up, firing bat, but Achilles slices him with a deadly force
Yeah.
five of his Humvee.
Off! Shut them off! All of them! I have! They should be unconscious!
Wham! Achilles hits the Humvee broadside with his head, and they are rolled upside down. Nick tries to clear the pistol as Sherman.
German freak. Oh, please don't eat me! Oh, please don't eat me! Don't eat me!
Quiet, very quiet. Then a face appears at the passenger side window, Nick whipping his gun around. Easy! He's down. Oh, that's your fault!
It's okay.
Achilles, the Deinonychus, lies on his side, breathing shallowly. The look on his eyes as Nick, Maya, and Joyce approach. Sherman sits on the side of the flip Humvee behind him, shaking uncontrollably.
A berserker? We've had a problem with him before. I think he knew exactly what he was doing. The response time on all of them keeps getting longer. They're getting used to it.
Yeah.
They're not machines. You can't just point your finger and expect them to kill whomever for you. Are you
Whoever you.
whoever you, are you suggesting that you have a conscience? Uh, it would be nice if someone around here did. If you're
Whoops.
not, ah!
What the fuck happened?
I don't know where to go. Where to go?
I just
Oh, crap.
clicked!
Oh
We
no!
were at like 90. Hold on.
We were at 91, page 91.
I just like did a slight click and it. Yeah, I just. I won't click anymore, okay?
Yeah, no more clicking. Page 91.
And
Yeah, they're not machines. Yeah. They're not machines. You can't just point your finger and expect them to kill whomever you. Are you suggesting that you have a or they have a conscience?
Yeah.
It would be nice if someone around here did. If you're not behind the program, Maya, you can always quit. I'd be dead before I got across the moat.
It's out in the open now. Joyce and Maya glaring at each other as Ace returns, rifle in hand.
The other are all down too. Looks like they are just taking care of business.
You don't have to do the accent with Ace.
Sorry.
He gives Achilles a hard kick in the ribs.
It's just this son of a he sees and hears everything you do. Not for long.
Ace puts the barrel of the rifle to Achilles' temple.
Belay that. We need to know what went wrong here, calls to Sherman. I want a full workup on him and a report tomorrow morning. We don't have time for this.
Maya is looking down the body of this slain mercenary.
What about him? Accidents happen.
He steps closer. He steps closer, menacing. I think he meant closer to her.
Mm-hmm. Which is why we must all be very careful. Ooh.
Exterior courtyard evening. The courtyard is lit with torches. Baron von Drax is engaging in some target practices, shooting bolts from an ancient crossbow across the yard to shatter porcelain vases. They have been set up in a row. Joyce looks on as Kroner reloads the crossbow after every shot. You know what? I'm starting to think that this might be a fake script at this point.
Why do you say that?
I don't know. It's very weird, and also the fact that there's a lot of spelling mistakes.
That too.
But apparently it's real. I'll have to hold on. Let me Google that right now.
FYI, you know that You're streaming your Google search right now.
Yeah, and
Okay, I was just letting you know.
um, well, not real, but what's the word I'm looking for?
Legitimate?
Yeah, legit. Oh yeah, it was really. It's really completely legitimate, and it was written in 2004, apparently.
Okay.
Hold on, read more on Reddit. All right,
Alright.
crossbow. Reloads the crossbow after every shot. Nick steps out from the base of the tower just as smash. A vase is shattered only a few feet from him. Zay stands behind arm.
Uh, nice shot. I am an expert with several archaic weapons. Very useful if you run into some archaic enemies. And what about you, Mr. Harris? Are you a friend or an enemy? An employee, nods to Zeiss. He says you wanted to see me. Would you mind placing another vase on the stand for me?
Nick picks up a vase from the ground.
These look expensive, priceless, but I'm tired of them.
Idiot. Nick reaches to put the vase on the target stand. Smash! Von Drax shoots out of his hand. Nick looks at his hand, cut and bleeding, then calmly turns to face the Baron.
As I am tired of waiting for you to return our property. We don't really have a deal, do we? Your payment. My payment isn't much good unless I'm free to spend it.
Von Drax points the reloaded crossbow at Nick's head.
You wish to leave us?
Nick walks slowly across the corridor straight at Von Drax. Joyce watches his boss, tense, not sure the Baron won't pull the trigger.
We need him.
Nick stops only a few feet away from the deadly crossbow. He beats softly.
You're keeping Maya here. She wants to go. Miss Lundberg is not one of our more enthusiastic employees, no. But it wouldn't be prudent to you let her leave, no strings, no repercussions, and I'll tell you where I left the aerosol can. If she talks about what we're doing here, after the demonstration, you'll be begging for publicity. The whole point of a strike force like this one, is to intimidate the people who don't have one. And if we let her go, we'll stay with the program. Like you said, it's what I was meant to do. Von, go ahead. Sorry.
Von Drax smiles, shifts the aim of the crossbow ever so slightly, and fires it past Nick's ear. Smash.
We have an agreement. Now, where is our now? Where are the embryos?
Interior dungeon and cow stores. Wham 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 wham. The Encarcer's methodically smashes his tail into the dungeon wall, a pile of stone and mortar at its feet. Nick watches the great armored beast, thinking Maya joins and watches it for a moment.
I know how he feels. They're talking to each other.
Interior cavern isolation cage. We see Achilles pacing in a steel reinforced isolation cage. He makes high pitched call, and is answered by several of the other Deinonychus. The calls echoing from another part of the cavern.
They've been going at it for hours.
Observation room booths. Nick and Maya. Looking from the booth. Achilles calls again.
He's telling about his escape attempt. like any other good prisoner. We used a tapping code. Do you think all that do you think all that was planned today? Somebody has to test the envelope to see how far that you can get. What Sherman did today would have killed this animal a month ago. Their brains must be developing new pathways, rearranging circuitry, like people do after a stroke.
Achilles screams, staring defiantly at the two of them.
I told I told them where the embryos were. Nick, no. Why would you? As soon as this demonstration is over, no matter how it goes, you're free to walk. And you trust them? No. But I'll work for them. How can you say that? Shrugs. Mercenaries have existed all through history, like weapons. The only question is who's using them for what.
Using them and for what? Mario looks at him for a long moment, glances up, Maya's POV surveillance camera, a wildland security camera stares down at them. Wider, Maya leans forward and kisses Nick. She breaks off the kiss, leads her lip close to his ears, whispers,
Why do you think
"Who
why do you think who do you think that
had that little girl kidnapped?"
little girl kidnapped? Ooh.
We see into Nick's eyes as he realizes the nature of the devil he's just made a deal with. Interior security room night. A security guard writes down his observations as he watches Nick and Maya on one of the many monitors on his deck.
Desk.
His desk, sorry. Interior Rodrigo's bar kitchen day. Three tough looking guys in shades enter the near empty bar. They head straight for the back room, the bartender calling out,
En qué puedo servirles,
"You want me to say it?"
señor? Well,
"En que puedo servirles, señores?"
oh, en qué
Señores.
puedo cervezas, señor? We follow them in. Oh, sorry.
Follow them to the kitchen. The same old man is shucking oysters. He barely looks up as
Dude,
they
he's
enter.
still shucking oysters? Jesus, ancient brother Bob.
It's still his job.
El. Yeah, I know.
El
El con.
congelador.
El congelador?
I think this means the freezer.
Mm-hmm.
The old man points with his knife. They go to the freezer, open it. POV freezer. Nestled among the chilling carvesas is the same aerosol can Nick dug up on Isla Nublar. The head tough guy lifts it up to his face, gives it a twist. The top tubes up to reveal a chamber in which lie several metal tubes.
Eso es.
This is it.
Or this is it.
Or is
or
it?
is it?
The tugs hurry out of the bar with their prize. The man in the foreground, who was passed out with his face on the bar counter, raises his head to watch them go. It is Overton. Oh, he got to them!
Got him. Yeah.
Interior jungle clearing day. Nick waits at the edge of a clearing in jungle, his ATV parked on a narrow logging road behind him. He looks at his watch and at the sky. We hear the drone of airplanes. Exterior jungle village. A small village with a river on one side and the jungle wall on the other. A half dozen military vehicles of various sorts are parked in the center of the village. Mercenaries waiting around for orders. Interior rescue building inside the structure. Command headquarters has been set up. Bank of Dinocam monitors takes up one wall, manned by a pair of Grendel technicians, representatives, some in military uniforms, some not, from Asia, Europe, Africa, Latin America, and Russia, blah 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 blah. So many countries. Mill around
Mm-hmm.
waiting for the show to start. Joy stands nervously looking at his watch as Baron von Drax charts in German with a uniformed colonel nearby, presenting him with a halberd from his collection. The Colonel poses for a snapshot with the weapon. Sherman checks his biometer as Maya sits nearby glumly regarding the scene.
We've got them.
Hubbub in many languages as his spectators cross to watch the monitors. Joyce acts as master of ceremonies.
Though the objective is not great distance from here, we felt that any demonstration of our special capability should include an aerial insertion. Excuse me, what?
This is where the fun begins. Monitors one On most of the monitors we see images too dark or fuzzy to interpret. Suddenly on one we see the cargo door of a transport aircraft slide open and the camera is launched into open air as its bearer jumps out. Another and another of the monitors show the same image. Open sky then bits of the jungle below.
What is big deal? Dropping weapons from plane?
A parachute gasp as a collective gasp as on one monitor Orestes suspended from a parachute swings into frame.
That, gentlemen, is the big deal.
So yeah, this is the parachutes.
They, they turn Deinonychus into paratroopers?
Yes. But
Holy shizzle, Batman.
wait until something else gets
Oh, no,
parachuted
no,
in.
just keep.
Exterior
Did they
clearing
parachute
sky.
it?
The sky is full of parachutes falling down outwards with dinosaurs hanging from them. We tilt to Nick, who shakes his head in amazement, then speaks into his headset.
Squad, form and proceed to target. You're on your own, fellas.
He gets onto the ATV, shoots a last looks at the sky, then motors away down the logging road. Sky, Spartacus. Hold on, I gotta clean my glasses a little bit. Alright, here we go. We drift down, shooting past Spartacus towards the clearing from up under the canopy of the chute. His powerful legs easily take the shock of landing. Pop! The buckles on his chute harness separate with a small explosion, and the harness falls away. Spartacus stepping away from it. We see the other squad members making similar landings in the BG. Interior HQ building. The spectators are amazed as they watch. Monitor. Capture another creature's camera. We see Casper hang up in a tree at the edge of the killing. Shoot snagged on branches.
I must inform you that this is the first jump our operatives have undertaken.
Pop. The harness releases and Casper falls a few feet before snatching a branch with his tail, then swinging to grab the trunk of the tree before shining down quick as a squirrel.
It should have been shimmying down as quick as a squirrel, but this is already way. I have so many problems with this. But as you see, they are somewhat more resilient than conventional forces.
Exterior clearing. The squad quickly melts into the jungle at the far side of the clearing. Exterior jungle village. Nick pulls up in the ATV. Hurries into the HQ building. Interior HQ building. Nick crosses to Joyce, glancing at the dino cam images of jungle being traversed.
I thought we'd lose at least one. How do the bio readouts look? Sherman, watching the meters. The heart rate went through the roof when we dumped them out of a plane, but they're back in predator mode already.
Nick is distracted as he sees half a dozen narco-looking characters watching on one of the monitors.
Who are they? Those are the gentlemen who hired us. They look like the bunch we're trying to take out. A rival group. They've made a deal with the government, and the end of it starts with eliminating Pepe Aguilar. We're working for drug runners? An unproven product. the need for a great deal of discretion, and they were the highest bidders. Nick scowls. Wow.
That's me. Nick
Mhm.
scowls over as Joyce waves somebody over.
All the major players have sent somebody to observe. You know Andy Slade?
Slade, the hard-looking American, nods to Nick.
Harris, I think, was at the checkpoint in the Turkish border. You still in? Consulting. Nods towards the monitors. These things these things know what they're doing? Only too well.
Tracking screen, blinking red dots move across the screen toward the reckless watch of green.
Tracking technician. Approaching outer perimeter.
The tracking technician points to an 8 blinking dot way behind the others.
That one's still. This one's still lagging.
Zeus enters, crosses rapidly. The Baron whispers something. The Baron's face threatens. He signals to Joyce to come over. We meet Joyce as he joins the Baron.
Something wrong. The aerosol can has arrived in Draxburg. What a fucking name. Accident. Dr. Wetzel has analyzed the DNA. He saw it right away. Saw what? Hop toads. He gave us genes from hop toads.
Joyce looks
Oh,
over at Nick, furious.
Two eyes. Stay with Harris and the woman. The slightest sign of sabotage or escape, and you kill them. My pleasure.
Exterior jungle day. The raptors move rapidly through thick jungle. Spartacus in the lead stops to sniff the air. The others freeze behind. Behind him, alert. Spartacus makes a low grunt, and Casper and Pollux move forward. The others follow the two spitters more slowly now. Pollux, the spitter, slinks, with his belly close to the ground, head low, this barely
The
disturbing the
underbrush.
underbush. Suddenly, he pops his head and schlock spits. We whip pan as Platt, the black mucus gob, hits the lens of a surveillance camera mounted in a tree. Interior narco compound surveillance room to outer perimeter screen are suddenly black on the surveillance console. A narco guard stands looking over the shoulder of the baffled desk man.
¿Qué pasó?
What happened?
I'm just gonna read it in English because I do not speak enough Spanish to make this make sense.
Okay.
What happened? We just lost the image. Did you see anything? I think I saw a lizard. A lizard?
The desk man spreads his arm to indicate size.
A really big lizard.
A perimeter guard is out walking sentry at the edge of the jungle, pacing, listening. He stops by a tree, pulls out a cigarette, lights it. Suddenly, his spitter swings down inches from his face, hanging upside down from a branch by its tail, and snap! Grabs the startled man's face in its jaws. Several of the Deinonychus pass a grisly scene, hopping like kangaroos over a 2 feet high tripwire strung between the trees. Another area, jungle, okay. A loose shot as a squad of narco guards pass, automatic weapons ready, searching the trees all around them. Their squad leader is talking softly into a cell phone.
There's no sign of enemy. There's no sign of anybody. We'll check the cameras. The humidity is tough on them.
We let the guard. Excuse me. Let the squad exit frame, hold the beat. Then Spartacus and Perseus seem to materialize from the jungle before our eyes. Their chameleon-like camouflage and abilities freeze still, so effective that we were staring at them all the while they move off in the opposite direction. Interior machine gun bunker.
That's a cool shot.
Yeah.
If a little freaky deaky, that is a cool shot.
Two machine gunners peer out of the jungle through camo netting, crouch behind their machine gun in a dirt-floored bunker, listening hard.
I swear I can hear something. Or sense something.
Whoosh! Casper bursts out from the floor behind them, dirt flying. As they whirl, he hisses, his spiny mantle popping out. Interior barracks. We're in the main barracks from the narco soldiers, which looks not unlike a jock dorms at the large university posters of babes on the walls. Okay. Guys looking
They
around
have a
in
whole
their
bunch of
underwear.
pinups.
Guys lounging around in their underwear, smoking, reading magazines, watching Gamera, a giant Japanese turtle. Yeah, I know what Gamera is. Movie on the big screen TV.
Needs to be a Godzilla movie.
Nah. Wham! Orestes bursts in the front entrance. Wham! Achilles bursts in the rear entrance. Bedlam as the Deinonychus charge in from opposite ends, smashing, tearing, chomping at the screaming, terror-stricken narcos. Exterior compound tower. Bop. Machine gun opens on the main tower as Spartacus and Orestes streak into the compound. Hector scrambles up the side of the tower and Chomp deals with the sentry. Drug lab. A half dozen narcos come running out of the long rectangular drug lab, blasting away with their weapons as Spartacus charges straight at them, round smacking into his body armor. Excuse me. Pounce, Orestes leaps on top of them into the roof behind them, flattening a pair of, and then tearing into the others. Interior jacuzzi room. Okay. Pepe Aguilar, wearing nothing but a lot of gold chains, kicks back in his enormous jacuzzi water jets, churning away with a pina colada in hand and salsa music on the stereo. He looks up, surprised to be interrupted as a bodyguard hustles in.
We're being attacked. By who? Dinosaurs!
Pepe starts to laugh.
You've been sampling the product again. We make drugs here. We don't. We make drugs here. We don't take them.
The bodyguard lays an Uzi at the edge of the jacuzzi and hurries away.
I'll leave this for you.
We hold on Pepe, shaking his hand.
Idiot bodyguards.
He takes a drink, closes his eyes, sinks back into the churning water. Exterior compound, prisoner Coral. All around we hear sporadic gunfire. You mind doing the narration?
Okay. Alright. Exterior compound prisoner corral. All around we hear sporadic gunfire and human screams as Spartacus kills the guard in front of the fenced-in area, then clang, tears the gate off its hinges. A couple of dozen prisoners, kidnapped by the narcos, cower against the back fence as Spartacus steps in, roars, then lowers his head to sniff at the petrified occupants.
It's the end! It's the end of the world!
Spartacus straightens, roars again, and exits. A few of the prisoners fall to their knees to give thanks for their salvation. This is you.
Well, no.
Yeah, courtyard. Oh, wait, I'm dumb. Courtyard. Gunfire and screams continue as we follow a trio of narcos who jump in an SUV and patch out. Swerving to should be and probably punch out, swerving to avoid Orestes, who's busy demolishing a guardhouse. The SUV hurtles towards the exit gate, but the Ankylosaurus, last to arrive, is just coming in, its huge armored body filling the opening. The driver slams on the brakes, throwing the SUV into a sideways skid, dust blowing up, till smash. It hits the Ankylosaurus and flips over its back, landing behind it on its side. Wham, wham, wham. The beast instinctively begins to smash the metal attacker flat, with the climb on with the club on its powerful tail. Interior drug lab. Hector charges through the long drug lab, chasing terrified workers before him. Uh, Apparatus smashing all around as he rampages through and over the tables, leaving white powder flying, sizzling chemical spill, and spreading fire in his wake. Interior headquarters. The narcos who have hired Grindel are dismayed as they see the lab trashed on Hector's monitor.
Hmm. Oh, that's right. That's me.
That's you.
This was an ordeal. What is it doing? What's his problem? They were hoping to be able to recycle most of the drugs and equipment in there.
Nick catches Maya shooting him an "I told you so" look. Tracking screen. The blinking dots have congregated in one small area.
They're inside Pepe's mansion now.
Interior Pepe's mansion portrait. A portrait of Pepe, oh my god, dressed slick and leaning on a red Porsche, hangs on the wall. Splat. A plug of spitter mucus hits the portrait and bubbles, the acid in it burning the canvas. We pan into the hallway decorated in very expensive, very bad taste, where the bodyguard sprints past, firing an occasional shot behind as Casper chases after him. He ducks around the corner. We hear a roar and a scream, and then Orestes trots from around the corner with the bodyguard, still struggling, in his jaws. Lobby staircase. Tropical plants adorn the ostentatious lobby that leads to a curving marble staircase. A pair of narcos come running down the staircase, one tripping and sprawling down end over end, and the other gaining the ground floor and running straight at us. But Perseus appears above him, leaping over the banister and landing with both feet, thump, right on top of the man. The jacuzzi room. Pepe, hearing the screams and gunfire outside, now has the Uzi in hand and a worried look on his face. Bam, bam, bam. Something is battering the vault door that protects him. The hallway. A fire has started further down the hallway. Smoke starting to billow as the Ankylosaurus pounds the vault door again and again with its tail. The wall around the door starting to crumble. The smoke envelops the beast just as crash, the whole section of the wall and door fall inward. The jacuzzi room. Pepe stands in the middle of the still churning jacuzzi, doing his Scarface routine, Uzi pointed and ready, trying to see through the smoke.
Come on, you want to play?
Suddenly, the two spitters leap through the smoke, mantles puffed out, shrieking and loud land splash, splash, smack in the jacuzzi with Pepe. We hear screaming, splashing, snarling as blood sprays on the fluffy white towels hanging on the wall. Joyce leads the observers to their waiting vehicles.
We'll head over. We'll head over while they're mopping up, and you can get a closer look. This is safe. If we can turn them off, I assure you we can turn them off.
They pass, and Nick and Maya exit. Zeiss is watching by a vehicle and pointing his pistol at Nick's head.
You two are coming with me. Our deal was just get in.
Interior, exterior drug compound, various shops. Quiet. The place looks bombed out. Toppled towers, burning buildings, the trashed, burning interior of the lab, bodies and furniture strewn around in the barracks. On the huge TV lying on its side now, Gamera is saving small Japanese children. The Ankylosaurus is peacefully grazing on the tropical foliage in the lobby of Pepe's Ranch. Wow, this thing is totally nonplussed. I got to bash some shit. Now I get to eat some shit.
Yeah, basically.
Blood smears on the white marble floor and staircase. Blood fills the still churning jacuzzi. The kidnapped prisoners cautiously step out from their enclosure for a look. The squad, all present except the Ankylosaurus, regroups in the courtyard. Achilles is badly wounded, blood covering his throat and staining his body armor. Spartacus approaches him slowly and crack, lashes out with a front claw to smash the shoulder mounted camera. He reaches up and grasps the control implant with his dexterous claw and rips it from Achilles' ear. Oh
Ooh!
no! Exterior lodging road. A convoy of vehicles, the control wagon, in the lead moves down the narrow dirt road through the jungle. Joyce and Sherman watch, incredulous, as the other raptors follow suit, smashing each of others' cameras, one dashboard monitor after another going blank.
What are they
That's
doing? Deactivate! I want them out of commission when we get there.
the drug compound. The raptors, with their cameras and implants all destroyed, head through the front gate, stepping over the flipped, battered SUV. Interior control wagon. Sherman watches the tracking screen in the vehicle with a monitoring alarm.
They're still moving. Why? I don't know. What are they doing?
Where are they going? Sherman
Oh,
watches the blinking red dots for a moment. He gives Joyce a scared look.
towards us.
Interior vehicle, Nick and Maya. Zeiss has his pistol casually pointed towards Nick as he drives, Maya in the back seat.
You think you could fool us with the frogs? I figured once I had the can, somebody was going to come after me. Setting up a decoy was just a way to buy time. What are you talking about? Your boyfriend gave us the wrong can of jeans.
Maya looks to Nick, thrilled to hear this.
You?
Zeiss looks up ahead.
Why are we stopping?
Convoy. Joyce is out front looking ahead down the narrowed logging road, worried. Kroner, driving, sticks his head out of the control wagon.
It's too narrow to turn around. Oh, we can't back. Well, we can't back up all the way to the village. Sherman calls from inside the wagon. They're they're a quarter mile away and coming fast.
Drivers and observers are popping out of their vehicles now to see what the holdup is. The Baron calls, impatient.
Why do we wait? There's a problem on the road ahead. What could be the? My God in heaven!
Uh, for those who don't speak German, my God in heaven. We whip pan to see the squad of raptors tearing down the road towards the convoy. Everyone jumps back into their vehicle, and there is a desperate automotive scramble as they all try to turn around and speed away at once, resulting in something like a demolition derby. Vehicles smashing into each other and into trees, getting stuck in the muck alongside the road, and then roar! Spartacus and his squad hit the convoy like a tidal wave, butting, slashing, kicking, knocking the small vehicles over and stomping on the larger ones. One mercenary is plucked clean off of his motorcycle by Hector, while another dodges away, only to have Pollux leap onto the back of it and wrap his arms around the motorcyclist. The guy glances back to see who is hitchhiking, screams as the spitter opens its jaws. The narco's car, one tire slashed and bumping, the other Mercedes carrying the Baron managed to turn and speed away. In Nick's car, smash! A Deinonychus foot busts through the windshield, sickle claw pinning Zeiss to his seat. Nick and Maya bail out the other doors. Orestes and Perseus pursue a half dozen observers into the jungle. Whomp. Slade, through thoroughly chewed upon, falls from above and lands hard on the top of the SUV. Interior Mercedes. Baron von Drax looks over his driver's shoulder. The narco car ahead in is fishtailing, unable to make speed and hold the road with the front tires blown.
Schnell, schnell, whatever that means.
Move, or now.
Or shit.
Yeah, no, it's more
It's
like
in our
move.
way. Then push it out of the way.
The driver mashes the gas pedal. Logging road. The vehicles blast towards us, meaning the camera. The Mercedes catching the tail of the narco car and wham, knocking it sideways to a head on against the roadside tree. One narco flies over and through the windshield, and the Mercedes blows by. Wilhelm scream. Achilles peels off to attack the remaining narcos as they stagger out of the wreck, and Spartacus continues after the Baron's ride. Interior Mercedes. The Baron is terrified.
We don't stop at the village. We go straight to the helicopter.
Thump. Something heavy rocks the car from above.
What's this, Lois?
Basically, what was that? Crunch. Claws punch through the roof above the driver's head. Rip. The roof is pulled open like a lid of a sardine can. The driver loses control. The Mercedes slewing sideways and smash, coming to rest on its side in the trees. Baron von Drax climbs out of the totaled Mercedes over the dead body of his driver. He stands, turns. Spartacus towers over him, roaring.
Nine, nine, do best mankind.
But Spartacus is not moved by this profession of you're one of my kind.
Yeah,
This
basically.
profession of this profession of kinship, and impales Von Drax with a thrust of his sickle claw.
Ooh.
Yay! Sherman, one lens knocked out of his glasses and bleeding from the scalp, clumsily but hastily climbs a tree. Down, please. Oh, we've only got 2 pages to go. Oh my god! Convoy smashes upended vehicles litter the logging road. Quiet now. Maya crawls out from under the thrashed Humvee right into the legs of Joyce. Paw marks and blood on his chest, pistol in his hands, still a little stunned.
Didn't stop. No insulin. No adrenaline. Willpower.
Joyce turns his attention to her, points his pistol.
They'll be back, Probably. No reason to think they won't kill you too. No reason.
He brings his pistol very close, aiming it right between her eyes.
I'll save them the trouble.
Whomp! Nick flies out of nowhere, tackling Joyce, and blam! The pistol going off as they hit the ground. They roll, trading punches, struggling to strangle each other, the pistol left on the ground. Joyce kicks Nick off and rolls to his knees, looks about. The halberd Von Drax gave to the colonel lies on the ground just beside him. Joyce comes up with the halberd and swish, swings it expertly, tauntingly at Nick, backing him up towards the trees.
I was wrong about you, Nick. I thought you were smart. I thought they'd break all the idealism out of your skull in that POW camp. POW camp?
Swish. POW camp, not a POW camp. POW camp. Swish. He takes a mighty swing. Nick just able to duck under it. Maya pounces on the discarded pistol, aims, pulls the trigger, out of ammo. Joyce swings, slicing Nick across the shoulder. Nick backing up waringly, bleeding.
How did you do it, Nick? How did you sabotage this? They did it on their own. They watched and waited.
Joyce makes a rush and Nick falls backwards over a root. He is helpless at Joyce's feet. Joyce, with the halberd, raises over his head like a woodsman about to chop.
They're animals, Nick. Throw them in bone and they'll do what you want.
He hears a metal sound as something behind him steps on car debris, whirls and thunk, buries the halberd blade into the armored chest. Oh no, tottering above him. Achilles roars, grabs the halberd shaft, and yanks it out of his armor. He drops and lunges for Joyce. Nick scrambles away on his hands and knees as we hear Joyce screaming as he's torn to bits. Achilles drops Joyce's body on the ground and turns a step towards Nick.
Achilles, no! Stop!
Blood is pumping out of the wound in the raptor's neck. His eyes swimming in and out of focus, his blood sugar all used up. He turns to look at Maya, tilting his head, trying to understand. No. Wait, there's 118. Oh.
Yeah, it's not exact. I don't know why.
He takes another step and falls like a tall timber.
Nick! Your turn.
Maya? Yeah. Maya yells, Nick!
Yeah, I
Maya
just said that.
Oh, sorry. Maya starts towards him but is cut off by Casper, the spitter darting in front of her, hissing and displaying.
Don't move.
Spartacus and the others come out of the trees, ringing around them. Spartacus sniffs Maya's body and face, Maya standing absolutely still, looking him in the eye. He steps away, rolls Achilles' body over with his foot, sniffs it, then straightens. He trumpets in the triumph and trots off into the trees, the rest of the squad following. Maya runs to Nit, who is examining his bleeding shoulder.
Are you alright? First time I've been wounded with a 15th century weapon. How far do you think they'll go without insulin?
Maya looks into the jungle where the raptors disappeared.
Hard to say.
He puts an arm over her shoulder and they walk away from us, back down the logging road towards the village.
So where are the embryos, the real ones? My deal was with John Hammond. What he does with them, well, let's hope it turns out better than the last time.
Sherman tree. Dusk is starting to fall. Birds call. Insects hum. Sherman decides to make it might be all clear.
Coswell, anybody live down there? Hello?
No answer. There is a flapping sound, a shadow passing over Sherman. He looks up just as a huge pterosaur lands in the trees opposite him.
You're not supposed to be there.
Another pterosaur flaps down and settles onto even closer branch. Then another. All three stare at Sherman. He starts to cautiously climb down.
Right. I'll just be going.
Squawk! The first pterosaur lets out a bone-chilling noise. Tiny rows of sharp teeth revealed as it opens its beak. Sherman freezes.
Listen, there's a lot of bodies just lying around down there. Dead meat. Num num num.
The first pterosaur spreads its wings, opens its razor-toothed beak, and steps along the branch towards Sherman.
Nice birdie.
Aerial shot, jungle canopy. High above the jungle canopy, we hear a human scream and the screech of pterosaurs. Credits roll. The end.
Well, I will say one thing.
That was a roller coaster.
That's not what I was gonna say. If this fucking movie released, it would have been the black sheep of the franchise. Like, there is a lot of insane shit.
I mean, yeah, I think it would have made a great video game. This would make an awesome video game.
But related to Jurassic franchise? Fuck no.
Yeah.
Excuse me. Like, it has interesting ideas. Like,
Yeah.
the opening I thought was great with
Yes.
the sports event with the
Yes.
pterosaurus. Like, this would have been awesome. And
Yes.
the military raptor idea clearly came from that and got implemented into later scripts.
Mm-hmm.
But my another problem I have with this, besides the insanity, is the fact
Besides
that
the insanity.
we don't have much dinosaurs apart, like the big selling dinosaurs apart from like maybe the Deinonychus. Like, there's not
Mm-hmm.
much dinosaurs if you think about it. There's a few species, but not
Mm-hmm.
of like the big selling ones like Tyrannosaurus Rex.
Right.
It's just most of the time it's just a Deinonychus. So I think this movie would probably have been disappointing to the people looking forward to see, for example, Triceratops, Brachiosaurus, all that jazz.
Right.
Although I think the Chronosaurus would have been a welcome addition.
Yes.
Another thing that I think people would have liked is the retconning of the Dilophosaurus.
Yes. And turning it from uh, a Dilophosaurus into a whole new type of uh,
Dinosaurs.
dinosaur. Yeah.
Yeah, and the fact that it clearly invented some dinosaurs that didn't exist, like the
Mhm.
um the mole raptors. This
Yeah.
would have been a weird concept back in the 2000s. Like, maybe as like in a cartoon series, like originally, I don't know if you've heard of the Chaos Effect toy line, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
With the hybrids and shit. Well, it would have felt at home there because originally that was also going to be a cartoon, if I remember correctly. Like, it would the mole raptor would have been perfect there, but in live action movie it would have been a black sheep.
Yeah. It. This would not. I mean, I would like this movie had it not been even remotely related to Jurassic Park.
Yeah, that's the problem. The problem is it's related to Jurassic Park. Like, imagine you're in a movie theater in the 2000s, and then suddenly you see a trailer for something like that with the Jurassic Park title over it. You'd be like, "What the fuck is going on?" You'd be like, "What the fuck are the execs at Universal smoking?"
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
And yeah, this would have been, honestly, I'm glad we didn't get this.
Oh yeah, I'm sure that Spielberg read this and was like, "The fuck is this shit?"
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he had the same reaction as us tonight and was like, "Nah, we ain't doing this." And the fact that this got leaked, this didn't help.
I
So
mean, I don't
yeah,
care about the fact that it got leaked. I mean, there are some good. Okay, the genetically modified dinosaurs. I don't mind genetically modified dinosaurs when they're used. I mean, I can see how parts of this went in to
Jurassic World,
Jurassic World, and then of course uh the one after that was the one after that Dominion.
that was Fallen Kingdom.
Yeah, I can see how part of it went into Jurassic World, and then Fallen Kingdom, and then of course Dominion.
Hmm.
And I can see how Nick is kind of he became
Owen.
Owen's character. Nick became Owen. Nick
Hmm.
was retooled and became Owen.
Yep. And although there is another script of Jurassic Park
Mhm.
4 that is very much like Jurassic World, except a few differences that took
Mhm.
things from this script. I have not found it online, but I would love to read it because there is some interesting stuff in there.
I am sure there is.
So yeah, honestly, I think it won't be the last time I will be reading a script or a book live. I think it will be
Mhm.
until a long while, especially as I haven't gotten the Rebirth script yet.
Mhm.
And yeah, this would have been like what 2 hour movie max, and
Mhm.
reading it took 4 hours.
Yeah. But that's a good live there.
Yeah, that's a good life. I'm just yeah, I'm not doing this until a little while.
Yeah, exactly.
So yeah, if you enjoyed what you've seen here today, please don't forget to leave a like, subscribe, and click on the bell. This was Hackersaurus and Friends. Bye bye.
Hello. Bye bye.